Well. Look at what we have here. What's up,
What's
guys?
up?
What's
What's
going
up,
on?
everybody?
How was your guys' weekend? Pride, I noticed that a little bit of a beach background there. Is that the?
Yeah, it's the beach of Destin, man. That's where you going next month.
That's right, buddy. Destin. I just love that area. It's so nice and everything. Fowler, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, man. Just getting through the weekend, just chilling with family. Now I'm on here. This is like my free time. So what's up?
That usually you're not doing a whole lot on the weekends, man. So it was like this was a privilege to
Yeah,
have
you off the
have
radar
you.
on the weekends.
Yeah, sometimes, man. I'll be chiming in on weekends, man. It's just been
Yeah,
a
they
while.
answer the phone on the weekends.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, we had a nice breakfast this morning, family and all that kind of stuff, hanging out, and it was a good weekend. It was the weather was nice, everything was good, yard work, that kind of stuff, fun time. So we got a big show tonight, man.
Boom, boom, boom. Where the fireworks?
I'm telling you. So we're gonna have Midas guys be coming on shortly here, and we'll be talking about the Safugo version 3 and what their plans are and all that kind of stuff. And then we have Steve from Cosmic Force will be on. And then later in the evening, if Keith can get all his farm work done, he's got to get that. He's got to get the cows taken care of and everything like that. And he might stop by and give us he's talking about some type of an update with calf and all that. So we'll see. Plus, we might have Kryptonian talked about stopping in and hanging out with us, keeping us all honest and everything like that, and then just, good times talking about projects, things like that. But I think that the important thing is, well, here he is now, the man, the myth, the legend, Kryptonian. What's up with your speaker, bud?
Holy moly.
Holy moly. Nah, your speaker's messed up.
Tell him to do a sound check. Go to audio.
Yeah,
go to audio.
He's like, I'm done. All right. Well, while Kryptonian checks on that and everything like that, I think it's now time to bring in Midas guys, talk about Safugo, the version 3, and the announcements that they'll be making tomorrow. And then we'll also have Steve is here from Cosmic Force. Maybe listen in, give us some insight, and then we'll talk about Cosmic Force. So here they are, guys. Welcome to the show. Can you guys all hear us and everything? I think Steve, you're muted.
I can hear
you. Midas guys, are you there? I think I can hear you.
But there you go. I'm here now. How are you doing, Chris, Pride, Fowler?
Hey.
And Midas guys.
Midas guys. I think I did hear your mic. Yeah. So I'd say we just start getting right into it. I mean, people are tuning in, especially with all the stuff that's going to be coming out about Safugo. Version 3, I guess, is that what we're calling it right now, up until I guess tomorrow, right? Then we'll be okay. So what's the big announcement about? What's going to happen? What's going on with Safugo? A lot of investors out there still got their Safugo, are really probably sitting on the edge of their seat and seeing what the turnaround and everything that you guys have done over there. So I'm pretty excited about whatever news you got for us.
Yeah, we want to hear it.
Well, tomorrow is just the name reveal. I think we've pretty much, already told everybody our plans that we've got going forward. Obviously, we're doing the migration. We've already arranged that with KC Consulting. They're going to be Cyril from KC Consultants, arranged all that. So that's all ready to go pretty much. We've already got the invoice for that. So that's all set up to go. And tomorrow is going to be the reveal of the name, the new name. So that'll be the big thing for tomorrow. In terms of, plans going forwards, as everybody knows, or maybe you don't know, but we'll be doing like a share split. So we're going for a larger supply with a lower price. Won't change any, proportions of people's holdings, to market cap. So it's going to be the same market cap. It's just we feel that a higher price is a barrier to entry for some people. Seeing $20, a lot of people don't look at the market cap and they just see the price. A lot of newer investors do that. So, that's why big companies do share splits, is to lower the price, the entry price of people. So we went down that route. Also, it gives us a bit more room because we're a deflationary token as well. So the supply will be something like 22.7 million, which is still a small supply, in my opinion, in crypto. This is similar to Bitcoin sort of supply. So simplifying the code is another reason for doing it. We're going to have a nice simple code base, taking out all the rebase stuff, which we're not using at the minute anyway. The pods and all that kind of stuff will be taken out. Blacklists will be taken out. So basically, we want to have a lower risk warning. At the minute, it's coming up as a high risk, which is obviously another barrier to some people. So we wanted to clear all that up. It will get us on, enable us to get on exchanges easier. And going forward from there, it's about building utility around the coin rather than, the utility being in the coin. We're still going to be deflationary. We'll still have the automatic buyback and burn. So there's that side of it will still remain. But we just really wanted to simplify things, have people have it as open as possible. It's all about transparency and being open with people, which we didn't have before. I think that's quite lacking in crypto. Although, there's some things that obviously we keep behind closed doors going forwards. But we try to be, fiscally, we're as transparent as can be. We've been building up the LP because we were left with next to nothing, 16k LP when we started, and it's now up to like 40 something K. I think we've been slowly adding into the LP. That's pretty much about where we're at the minute.
Now I have a question about. I'm sorry, Pride. Just one question here. How has the Safugo been restructured? Now you have committee members, and how many do you have? And are they're out there, right? I mean, we know who they are.
Yeah. We have a council. It consists of myself, Wenmoon, Margus, and Republic of Texas. And basically, when we started the Discord, it was a crazy time for everybody. I think everybody knows what happened, when the Discord got deleted. I woke up in the morning and the Discord was still on my phone. It was the last thing that, I was looking at before I went to sleep, and then it was on my phone and then just disappeared. I think everybody was quite confused and shocked that he actually went through with it. I didn't think he would, to be honest. I thought it was a bluff, like he's bluffed before many times. And basically somebody started a Discord, but it was a bit chaotic in there, so we decided to just start up our own, and the team just sort of fell into place. It was just, we were there at the time, and I didn't know Margus and Republic of Texas before, and they just sort of got pulled in. But it's amazing how we've all sort of gelled so well, and it's a really chill and relaxed environment, in the council. I knew Wenmoon really well from before, from Safu. We used to talk a lot, and it's been interesting. It's been very interesting, and they've all got a lot of skills. Margus is very managerial based. He's into doing all the spreadsheets and all that kind of stuff. Wenmoon has got a lot of experience in marketing, 30 years in marketing, in television and radio. So she's very experienced. Republic of Texas is a very, an old dude from Texas. He's really chill and got a lot of connections, a lot of experience. And and there's me, who's basically, I've been in Bitcoin was, £3. I found Bitcoin when it was at £3. I've been a miner.
Sorry, did he say £3?
Mine with GPUs, Yes. Yes.
Wow. Unbelievable.
I know, crazy to think about, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, it was when I first started, there was no big exchanges as such, like there are today. I was the first exchange experience I had was sending my money to some dude's bank account, and he manually updated the website. It's like, but it all went through. The guy's called Amir Tarki. He's quite big I think he was on the Bitcoin council or foundation. But I didn't know that at the time. It was just send your money to some random guy, and he updated the website, and he'd send it back manually. It was interesting. Yeah. So that's basically it. Yeah. And obviously, that's the court, that's the council. But we've got many people that are working with us.
Now we have a question. Is like, who picked the council, or was it self-assigned? That's eTrain88 has that question for us.
Yeah, I would say it wasn't really picked. It just, we fell together. I would say kind of we brought Nacho in, obviously, because Nacho was the developer, and Nacho got us into a room together, and we went from there. Really, we just kind of fell together. He brought in Margus and Republic of Texas. I brought in Wenmoon, and we just went from there. So it was just I don't think anybody really picked the team. We just got together, and it worked out well.
Hey, Midas guys, quick question. As far as the SGO, migration over to V3, I was hearing it's going to be like a swap. If you have one SGO, how many SGO V3 will you get?
You'll get 1,000.
1,000? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But there's no, like extra coins as such. It's just 1 to 1,000, swap. We don't have any.
Okay.
It's the same market cap.
Gotcha.
It'll just be a lower price. So if they're $20 now, they'll be 2 cents.
Yeah.
And you'll have 1,000. So the value of your coins will be the same. It's just to provide, a visual lower entry point for people, to make it more appealing in that sense. But it's just a minor detail more than anything, really. I think, when you start getting into thousands of dollars, yes, some coins did it, like YFI, but I think it's a difficult road, to ask somebody to spend $1,000. What about if we get to 100 million market cap? You're paying $1,000 for 0.01 or something. It's a lot, to ask for people. I don't, So we thought that there would be more growth and more potential growth.
You get SGO, I guess, at 2 cents.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, we got another question here from Crypto Chat. Why you disagree with the community right to vote? Did you guys disagree with the community making a vote, or was it you guys got in there and just
Well, I do. I mean, in a sense, I do, because we all saw how the Safugo Council went. And, it doesn't necessarily work. You might think that it's a great idea to do that. And for some things, I'm not against, fully against voting. We have had a couple of little votes. Like I initially put up the Safugo ticker, and some people didn't like that. I thought I'll just put it up there because I saw it somewhere and I added it, in there. I know that obviously people that are in Safugo, a lot of people are still in Safu, so I put it up there. People wanted it down by a vote, so we took it down. We did another one. We were doing lots of announcements for the LP injections, and some people, disagreed with that. It was too many pings, so we did a little vote on that, and they didn't. It came out they didn't want that, so we instead just made an LP injections room where we don't ping people. We just put them in there, so because we obviously want the transparency, we don't want to annoy people. So I'm not like fully against it, but there has to be decision makers. A lot of people have also, expressed to us that they don't want voting. And the only reason that they're in is because it's not a democracy in that sense, and that there's a team behind it with a vision and making decisions. Because we can be a lot more efficient when we're doing it that way.
Yeah, and Kiwi has a very
you can never please everybody,
right. Well, Kiwi has a very good point here. It's like anyone who runs a project knows the community can't vote for big decisions because they don't look ahead, only at their bags. And I can see that sometimes you get blinded. You're just looking at, I just want what's best for me, But I understand, and I think you have straddled that line really good. You've listened to the community where you can, in other places. I'm really excited about the information that's coming out tomorrow and everything. I mean, in basically what you're saying is like the name change, and I mean, is that a done deal? Are we done, or can we come up with some name tonight? I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
You can throw out some suggestions. We're all ears. It's we put the time frame on there because we wanted to come to a decision. We have to come to a decision. It has to be made. So we put a time limit on there that we have to come to a decision. But yes, if you got a suggestion and it's amazing, then we're all ears.
Yeah, I got a suggestion. How about you reverse and call it OGs, OGS?
OGS.
You're all original SG holders. So hey, be the original people. So OGS.
Well, you heard it here first. If that's the saying, and who knows? But I'm really curious as the name. I mean, wow. There's so many different things that you
our idea because we wanted something that's going to reflect our core values, which are being just for the community, trying to be transparent as possible, especially fiscally. We want to do what's right for the community. We are part of the community. We came from the community, and we're holders, and so we want to do what's right. We don't want to do anything that's bad for ourselves and for everybody. So we wanted something to kind of reflect that. So we've got ideas, around that kind of theme. But I do like ODS. That's quite nice. OGs. Yeah.
So let's see. We have. I missed where I stopped. Okay, so I think we're here. Mr. Rich Pig says the Safugo roadmap is solid. Stay high says I like that. AJ says you can't please everyone, but you can make it fair for all. I think you guys are doing great considering recent events. I agree 100%. When Moon is here and says let's hear your ideas. The deadline is tomorrow evening. Plus, from what I understand, there is Danielson says there's a name suggestion channel on the Safugo Discord for several days as well. Plenty of suggestions from the community. That is nice. That is awesome. Yep. And then let me jump back up here to Crypto Chat. When the buy competition will end, any plans for more competitions in the future?
And what are the prizes?
Yeah.
The competition. Yeah, there's competitions ending on the 25th. It's $1,000 up for grabs. There are all the details in the Discord. It's, I believe, $400 for the top. Well, up to $400. Basically, we're giving 10% of the value that you traded in that 7 days. It can be in one trade or cumulative. You have to buy and hold, obviously. No selling or transferring allowed during the competition. And yeah, so if you spent $4,000, you would get $400. You know, you'd win $400, the top prize. So as far as any more competition in the future, absolutely. After the migration, we'll be doing a lot more competitions, meme competitions, and t-shirt competitions, and there'll be lots of stuff up for grabs after the migration. Yeah, but obviously that's our main focus at the moment, because we want it to go, as smoothly as possible. We have to get the website up and running, and we've got a lot of work to do over the next couple of weeks.
Wow, some of these suggestions in the Discord are pretty cool.
How you guys go about picking the winner?
Yeah. Sorry?
So how are you going to go about picking the winner for the competition?
Marcus is going to handle that. Basically, he's pulling the CSV file and checking off. Basically, people register their address, and then we'll be checking the addresses to make sure that they obviously abided by the rules and who traded the most. And there's top 5 prizes, so 5 people can win. There's a sort of hard cap on all of the prizes. So first place is 400, second place is 300, third is 150, fourth is 100, and fifth place is 50, up to 50. So
now I think Paul's got a question here.
Will there be
a utility?
There will be. Yeah, that's a big focus. Like I say, at the minute, obviously, it's the migration, getting everything, the code all solid and clean and nice and simple. And then on from there, it will be about building a utility. That's what it's all going to be about. We've got obviously lots of plans, and that we're discussing behind the scenes, from staking to other types of passive income. Yeah.
And Crypto Chat has another question here. What will be the tax on the new token? Is that something that we can talk about today, or is that it'll be the same?
Yeah, it'll be the same. It'll be the same as now, 3 on, 3 off.
There you go. And then AJ suggests to just pull the name from a hat.
I mean, we'd love to do that. Well, we wouldn't love to do that, but I mean, a lot of the problem with names is obviously you have to have something that's not already taken. That there's domains available, and so there's a lot, social medias and all that we've got to consider that are available. So a lot of it will come around that as well. So we obviously want something original, want something that's,
Heat, Flame, and Fire. FHH. There's a suggestion there. And then Senior Rojo, hopefully your daughter's doing well. I noticed that we talked earlier, and yesterday I think it was, and she's taking it one day at a time. Hopefully each day is better and better. But Senior Rojo says the winner's name better not be Goblin.
That's not Goblin.
Yeah, that's not Goblin. Yeah, and it's
not Yompy.
Yeah, it's not going to be that one. So my disguise. So what you got? Any kind of information you can give us that's like everybody that tuned in got some key detail that before you actually announce everything tomorrow?
Well, I mean, other than giving you the name that we got.
Oh no! Yeah, I was thinking that, but I guess you don't want to give that name because you guys, if you are considering some people's names and everything like that, I mean, you might have to research and do a little bit of stuff. But Crypto Chat also has another question: will the migration be by airdrop?
It will be by airdrop.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So you won't have to do anything. You'll just get the new contract address. Yeah.
All right. Fowler, you got any questions for
You'll just get a new contract address. Just pop that in. And you'll be good to go.
So this is exciting news. I mean, especially a lot of people. I mean, if you think about it, Safugo was such a disaster. People got involved in it and everything, and then they pretty much felt abandoned when their Discord is just gone and all that kind of stuff and all that craziness. You guys jump in, and you're on the verge of announcing all the information tomorrow with the direction as to where you'll go. And all these people that have Safugo in there, now they're basically getting into a new project. So, I mean, pretty exciting news.
Yeah.
Okay. We got another question here. Hello. Just curious. After V3 and new name, there will be new CMC CoinGecko listings, etc., or there will be the same charts linked to Safugo.
Well, it's going to be a new contract, so it will be new charts, and yes, it will be a new CoinMarketCap and CoinGecko listing. We're already in talks with somebody that can help us with that, so that should be up pretty quick.
Awesome. That's good news, huh? I mean, I like the OGs. I think that
OGS. Let's go.
OGS. Mr. Rich Pig says Safugo version 3 is a community project, so we need all Safugo fans back in the Safugo Discord. Yeah, I mean, good information that they have in the Discord. I've been kind of searching around and looking at stuff and watching people's comments and everything like that. And I think they're doing good things over there. I think they're building up the community, and I've been very interested to see what the Discord would do and everything. And I think they're moving in the right direction. If you guys disagree or anything like that, now's the time to maybe mention something, especially with them coming out with any kind of changes or anything like that. So,
yeah, I had a question. Basically, why are you doing what you're doing with V3, right? And it's not a trick question, and I think the answer is for the community, right?
Yeah, there's lots of reasons. I mean, part of it, our hand was forced because Brian didn't give us the domain, didn't give us the Twitter. So making changes on CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko, and all that's next to impossible because they require you to have that, There was everybody should know that there's a scam Discord there that nabbed the when he deleted the Discord, they nabbed the custom link for the Discord, which is already up on CoinMarketCap and CoinGecko and everything like that. So we have tried to report it to Discord. We've tried to get the community to report it, and they're very unhelpful, to be honest. So we originally I didn't want to do the migration because I thought that it would be unnecessarily stress, and it wouldn't, the benefits outweighed, or the negatives outweighed the benefits. But since all this has come to light, now it's the other way around, and the benefits outweigh the negatives. So, and since we're making the change, we might as well go with the rebranding. Might as well go with the share split and change it up a little bit. But essentially, it's going to be the same. So,
yeah, it makes sense to me. Like do everything at once. Rip the band-aid off once.
Yeah.
Notice I use the American term there, by the way. But yeah, good work.
One other question we have from Mark here is the new contract. Will it have an audit?
It will have an audit.
It will have an audit. Awesome. All right. Well, it looks like Win Moon is thanking you, Pride. Maybe a good suggestion there. Not sure. So, And then Senior Rojo, yeah, gives an update. She's hanging in there, working hard to get as much as she can back. Awesome, that's great news. And I'm not sure if a lot of people are in the audience, but if you could throw up a few prayers for Senior Rojo's daughter, that would be greatly appreciated. Anybody have any other questions for Midas guys? And I mean, if he's not going to tell us the name tonight, I mean, come on. I'm just kidding. Actually, there's quite. I don't know.
Henry would kill me if I did that.
Yeah, but at the same time, in your Discord, while you were talking, I was going through the name suggestion part. There are a lot of good names in there. It's going to be difficult for you guys to actually, I mean, there's a lot of good names, so whatever you guys come up with, good luck, because there are some, I think, some really spectacular names. So, but
yeah.
So,
like I say, there are. We've been through a lot of them, and obviously a lot of them are taken, or but there are some great. Yeah, I mean, the suggestions has been great. The community has been great in general. I think there was a bit of back and forth at the beginning with people confused and coming in, and sort of a little bit of tension because obviously it was a difficult time. But I think now it's chilled out a lot. People are seeing that we are, genuine, and we're being transparent, and it's gone really well, and I really appreciate community support. They've been amazing.
Now, once again,
I'm glad that you're here, Pride, because we've never met, and I believe that you wanted to have an AMA one day as well. So
yeah,
you can get in contact with me anytime, and we can set that up as well.
And once again, when will we go live with the new SGO V3?
At the minute, we're looking for the first half of August.
First half of August.
Yeah. So not long. We've got some time to prepare some things and work out the branding and everything, and the website, and get things in place. And I believe KC Consulting are beginning the on the 31st. The main part of the delay will be because of the audit. So we'll be waiting for the audit. So.
Okay.
So
who's doing the audit?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good question. I'll forget their name. 1 second.
One of the other.
It's a company that KC Consulting have. Let me see.
Here he is.
Sorry,
let's see if his sound is fixed here real quick. We have Kryptonian.
What's up, gentlemen?
Oh, you sound good.
Okay, yeah, that's crazy technical difficulties.
Well, Watch Choice Money thought that you were an alien and you were probing us, so we all got very concerned.
Well, you're the only one that's ever asked me to be probed.
Welcome to Sunday Night Live, Kryptonian.
What's up, gentlemen? Good to see everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry I'm late, guys. So I have missed the entire hour, whatever you guys have been on, half an hour. I updated my Mac and of course my mic and my my sound card flipped out on me. But anyways, so what have I missed? Give me 5 takeaways. Pride, go. Since you're the one you usually
SGO, SGO is now going to be is going to be a new name which we don't know about yet. It's a surprise.
But tell them your suggestion, Pride.
My suggestion was OGS. Stands for OGs, for the original people. Everybody that's in SGO now are the original OGs.
I like that. That's actually pretty good.
And new contract. It's going to be audited. And what else I missed? It's going to be launching hopefully mid of August.
It's a ratio like one Safu go.
One Safu equals 1,000 of the new token.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's cool. I like the OGs. The OGs. That's actually, I mean, I think that speaks volumes. You know what I mean? Because it's been the OGs that's been in it the whole time. So Yeah, it's actually pretty good. So mid-August, this thing drops, branding and all that stuff. Cool. Are they asking for recommendations or some ideas on names, or they just?
Yeah, it's a channel in Discord.
Yeah, in the Safugo Discord, it's under suggestions. Name suggestions is what it is. But there are some really good ones in there. But I like Pride's one, but yeah, I'm a little biased. Pride's my buddy, so you know.
I thought you're a little binary, but go ahead.
So I
like Pride's as well. Yeah, I think that's a good one.
I don't think I got Jay Dale's question answered. What does the roadmap look like, and how far along is that?
There is a roadmap on the Discord. There's a channel for the roadmap, and it's in the announcements as well. It goes up to the end of the year at the moment, so you can go along to the Discord and check that out.
Yeah, let me pull this up. I will bring this up because I think this is important. This was a good question. Oh man, I'm so bad at Discord. This has to come off here. Let me fix this. There we go.
So it's already going through an audit now, or is it being sent out for an audit? Anybody?
No, it's the contract will be started. Yeah, the contract's being started on the 31st.
Okay.
So after that, it will go through the audit.
Gotcha. So 31st, that's next week, huh? Okay, happening pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Well, then towards the end of next, just after next week, I guess. Cool.
Okay, yeah. So this is good. This is good.
Yeah. As you can see on there, we've got the whale support of special fund. We do have a whale behind us, and he's come up with a great idea. It does say on there to buy 1 BTC, but he's actually very flexible on that, and he has asked us if we had any other ideas to invest 30 grand. He's all for it. He's all open ears, and basically any kind of revenue that we can get from that would a portion of that will be shared with people that have been affected by what Brian did. So that was really kind of him. His idea was to buy one BTC, and if the price increases in a particular week, then he would give 75% of that to the people that have been affected. But like I say, we're in talks at the minute with him to decide if there's any other better ways, because to spend that 30 grand, and more details will come out about that soon as well.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. He wants to actually, if it goes up, I guess distribute that to those that actually lost, and the first two goes right. That's pretty cool, man. That's off to that guy.
Yeah. Oh, he's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one Bitcoin's it's hard to part from that, ain't that right, Chris?
Oh yeah.
Well, you could, see, because you don't know how to sell it, but
I don't.
Good thing.
Yeah. So just to let you know, Elliot and Nachos wanted to make sure that the project got into the right hands. We were not the first Discord created for Safugo. It's the one they chose, ours, to start the ball rolling. So
yeah.
And CryptoCat, we have a few more questions. I thought there was another question down here, but I have not seen. Let's see. Zero. Okay. And then T Kiwi's got it. Republic of Texas is here. Sure. Anytime. Cool. Anytime you want to come in. You guys are all more than welcome.
Republic of Texas, man. That's where it's at.
Yeah. I mean, it's all right.
I mean, like we're our own nation if you wanted to be. I mean, it's not a big deal.
T Kiwi has take off. Thanks for joining us, Kiwi. And then Crypto Chat, stay away from the YouTube airdrop. There's not a Telegram channel at the moment, so stay away from scams, guys. Yep. And then Stay High has, how much liquidity are you guys adding on launch? So
probably the same liquidity as what we've got now. Maybe there'll be a bit more because we might have some. It'll probably be about the same liquidity that we've got now, and then we'll be adding liquidity as we go forward, like we have been doing now. We've put a pause on it for now, purely because there's not really much point to add liquidity for the next couple of weeks if we're going to be taking the LP out, and so we'll put a pause on the liquidity injections until migration, and then after migration we'll continue with that. And we aim to build it up to 75 to 100,000 in the liquidity.
I was actually thinking that Republic of Texas was going to just tell us, but evidently this is a big joke, and I don't take kindly to this treatment. I thought he was, when I saw it, I was like, wait, he's going to announce it? What? That, okay. All right. That's funny.
Unfortunately, no.
For the migration airdrop holders, do not have to do anything other than import the token contract into their wallet. The airdrop will be done automatically. No need for holders to do anything.
Yep.
No other airdrops are planned. So any airdrop advertised on YouTube or elsewhere are scams. So make sure that you understand that. You'll just need to, it'll be put in your wallet. You'll need to take the contract address and add it to your wallet and get the contract address from their Discord. I'm sure that'll be one of the pinned announcements that they have. And then Kiwi Babe says, hey guys, I still have Safugo. Not sure whether to sell or hold. Your thoughts? Well, I mean, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to do your own research, but they're rebranding Safugo. You hopefully tomorrow everything will be done and they'll have the name and all that kind of stuff, and and you can look at the roadmap in their Discord, and you can make the decision on your own. I mean, they're rebranding, doing different things. They got some ideas and stuff. So it may be good for you to hold and to get the airdrop and start moving forward, or it might be in your best interest to sell now. That's something that you're going to have to make. But if you're going to look at it and do your own research, go to their Discord, look at their roadmap. It's we talked about it earlier. It's in the announcements section, and it's there. You can see it. See how far they've gone and what they plan on doing down the road. And then, like I said, just make your own decision. But, that's something that none of us up here can tell you whether you should stay in or shouldn't. That's going to be on you.
I would say that where it is now is you definitely have a better chance than where it was weeks ago with, the man with no name. I don't want to.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
Yeah, but I mean, that would be my advice. I'm not in SGO, but now that he's completely out of it, and as it goes through the audit and all that, then I'll be reconsidering, of course.
Yeah, plus they got the buy and hold competition going on, and they actually following the roadmap and checking things off their roadmap. So
yeah, that's cool.
That's a positive too as well.
Just keep doing it, guys. Keep doing what you're doing. And that's really all the community ever really wanted is just check the boxes, man. So we can inspect what we expect. And just execute, I mean, look, we all know that it's a risk, and early in, early out, those types of things, high risk, high reward, but just give us as a community, the opportunity to make those choices based on factual information, no smoke and mirrors. And I think both the teams and the communities will benefit from that, let the free markets reign, at the end of the day. So good on you guys for doing that.
Yeah. Thanks. I just wanted to get back to one thing. Crypto Pride asked who was going to perform the audit, and I know now it's Interfi.
Interfi.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, this is all, it's all for the community. We're part of the community. We want to do what's right for ourselves and for everybody else. We're investors ourselves, so we wouldn't be in our interest to do something that's negative for ourselves. So likewise for the community. And
so Jay Legend asks, what will the token start price be? Is that going to be 2 cents? Is that what the price of the
it depends at it depends at the time of the snapshot. If it's at $20, then it'll be 2 cents. So it depends what the price is at the time we take the snapshot.
Okay. All right. And then I put the Discord link in there. Just make sure it's right. I just took it off the site, so you guys can go there and check it out. And the Y channel, when will trading be stopped for the migration?
We will let everybody know beforehand. It's obviously going to be sometime around the 31st. Well, wait. It'll be later than the 31st. Sometime before the 11th of August. That's the sort of rough end time that we've got for the actual launch. So as we will let everybody know though, well in advance when we're going to pause and trading for the snapshot.
All right, that sounds great. Another question that we have: how can we get rid of fudders? Many people leaving bad comments on Safugo on CMC every day. I just leave them alone because this is going to be a whole new listing and all that kind of stuff. And let them go. I mean, the whole thing with fudders is that if you read them and it's just mean comments and stuff like that, they're not getting anywhere, and people see through that. But if they do list something that they're concerned about, when it comes to Safugo, this team is established to fix that, fix those issues. So, okay, let them have at it on Safugo, because this is going to be something totally different. So
I like that, Chris. If it's just something that's just mean spirited and their whole idea is just to crap on whatever, no matter what the roadmap is, and they just don't even care, they want it to fail, and you can see it in their comments. Yeah, forget them. But if it's like you said, if it's actual real concerns, let the team handle the fudders. The real, and I wouldn't even say fudders, those with real questions, and they'll be able to show and answer those things with execution on the contracts, and just the project being successful altogether. Let the team handle that. If you go at it yourself, you're just going to go back and forth. You're wasting your breath, because really what they're wanting to do is they're trying to call to action the teams to address these things. And I think we've all learned that the team will be doing that now. Any team in crypto should be addressing any questions or concerns. Freedom of speech is what gives us the freedom of markets. And so any question, any comment, bring it. But as long as, it's a real question, and if it's a real question, you get real answers. There it is. But thanks, Chris.
Yeah. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. And this team seems like they're this whole thing to me is a Cinderella story. Is these guys jumped in in a terrible, absolutely horrendous, disgusting behavior of previous people. They jumped in. They took the complaining, because a lot of people didn't know it was not them, and at first they were getting, some haymakers thrown at them and stuff. And, they took that and they've come up with some ideas, and they're rebranding, and, hopefully this goes in the right direction. They're listening to people. So, yeah. So, you know what? Let the Safugo, let that just die off. These guys are going in a totally different direction. And it's going to be good for all of us, I think. But, I don't have any Safugo. So I'm not, this isn't me trying to pump the project or anything like that. It's more along the lines of establishing the fact that these guys haven't gone anywhere. They're rebranding, they're moving forward, and a lot of people that got stuck in Safugo will potentially be a part on the ground floor of a very good project down the road.
Mm-hmm.
So, basically light at the end of the tunnel of the darkness that everybody went through. So,
this is a great opportunity to do it right, do it once.
Yeah.
Like you said, the Cinderella story. I think it's a great comeback story.
Mhm.
You guys can take something, and this goes for any project. If you have chaos out of that, right, and then there's always an opportunity in whatever's going on in any situation. I think this would be an amazing story. We took something that was, just sabotaged from in and out to turn it to a successful project. You can definitely set precedents for projects moving forward that have been through this. You're actually telling a story that has yet to be finished, I think. So no pressure, but we want to see what you guys do. I'm rooting for you guys. I want this to be a success. And as long as the community is behind you, I think. Remember, as any projects, we need them more than projects I'm working on. We need them, the community, more than they need us. So as long as we keep that mindset. Yep.
Yeah, I have a lot of
Absolutely.
friends that are still in Safugo, and I want to see them succeed, and I want they have a lot of struggles and they've gone through a lot of emotion, and I'd like to, and that's what I like this about. And Safu Dad says, when's Vulcan coming out? I'm not sure, but Nick has an AMA that he's going to be doing on Thursday, I think, at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So hopefully we have some idea there. So, and then when Moon says, yes, we're all left to die on the vine together, but wait, not so fast. So that's what I feel about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I've actually got an interesting story about mine and Wenmoon's crypto relationship. It's quite funny. Basically, we talked for months on Safu because I used to be quite active in the Safu Discord. And she saw that, I like to do, because I've been around crypto for a long time, I like to delve into, all the technicalities and, of how a protocol works. And she saw that I was quite knowledgeable. So she approached me and we talked, back and forth about, what was going on with Safu and all this kind of stuff. And we was always, hey, bro, how you doing, dude? And all this kind of stuff. And I thought that he was a man, that she was a man. And for months and months and months. And she's quite a private person. She doesn't want to give out her, information. And we'd been talking for months. So I asked her, what's your name? Because we've been talking for months and I don't even know what your name is. And she was like, oh, well, my friend tells me I shouldn't, give any my information to anybody. And she was reluctant to give her name. And when we formed the council, because I'd spoken to her for so long and I trust her really well, I trust her a lot. And so I brought Wenmoon in. And basically when we formed the multi-sig, because Elliot basically informed us that Brian was going to send the treasury funds to us and, go and get a multi-sig now, before he changes his mind kind of thing. So myself, Wenmoon and Marcus formed a multi-sig. And as part of that process, we doxed ourselves with government ID to each other so that we've got some, a fallback, in case, something happens, we could give that to the authorities. So we are doxed to each other. And she was quite reluctant to do that. And I know why now, and she was like, really? I was like, come on, we've got to do it. We've got to get it now. And she gave her passport and she's a woman. So for months we've been going bro back and forth and she's a woman and we spoke on the phone now and when we got talking on the phone she's like we're still bros, we're still bros.
But this is the beauty, though, isn't it? This is the beauty of crypto. It breaks the geographical barriers and man, woman, wherever you're from, it really does, So I love that story. Great one.
Yeah, thanks. It was interesting. It was cool.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. You guys got any questions for my disguise or anything like that? And
I know I was late to the show, but I mean, from what I've gathered in the last few takeaways, thanks, Pride. I mean, that sums it up. I'm excited about it. I'm you know, you guys got my my support from the sideline, and as things pass through audit and all that, then I'll absolutely be considering jumping in this thing. Not just because of that, but because I want the community. We need a win, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that you're leveling the playing field. So I appreciate that. Keep up the good work. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks.
And I appreciate you sharing with us that you guys dox yourselves to each other. That's actually important. You know, with my, you know, there's many of the gentlemen on here know who I am, completely. And when we launch our project, we're going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be doxing ourselves, not only to ourselves, but to the community as well. But quick question. Does my mic sound better? I was told that I sound like I was in a phone booth.
Yeah, it still sounds like that.
Interesting. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it sounds like it's monotoned or something, but I don't know. But Teddy One says, I want Safugo Vulcan to become massive. MBL gets no recognition. His ego would literally kill him. Listen, guys, I created all this. Why nobody acknowledging it? Yeah. Yeah, he's a character, man. He
created a monster, and the monster is cannot be tamed by him. I'll tell you that right now. So I appreciate you, BL. You created us, all right.
Yeah.
You messed it up for everybody that's like you, honestly, because now we're awake and we're paying attention. So good on you.
Right.
But I think, Midas guys, I think you're taking on like the biggest challenge. You're not starting a new project. You know, you imagine like everything that you're working on now. When you talk about everything that you're doing, you've got your checklist. And if you had a brand new project and you had a community behind it, in some ways you could think, oh, that'd be a lot easier, right? Whereas now you've got a community, you've got a community that are behind you, you've got some that aren't, but they're going to learn as you go forward, and you're doing more and more. And I think the great thing that I'm reading between the lines is, you know, we've got a list of what you're doing just now, but it doesn't stop there. You've already talked about future utility, you know, so you're talking about the next steps, and these are like the emergency next steps that need to be done to set the foundation. But you're talking already about the future as well, you know. So I think from the sounds of it, it sounds like everything's in good hands going forward. So
thanks, appreciate it.
All right. Well, if you guys have any questions for Midas guys, let me know. But I think now we're going to move into everything that's going on with Cosmic Force and the excitement that they have going on over there. Midas guys, I think he'll hang out for a little bit if there's any questions or anything like that. But I mean, he's more than welcome to hang out as much as he wants. You really need to just have TCL. You should probably just join.
What do you think?
It's crazy. But we have Matt that's going to be joining us along with Steve, and then I think this part of the if like I said, if you have any questions for Midas guys, anything about the rebranding for Safugo, all that, if you can't get in the Discord, you ask questions there. There are plenty of people that are there to help you. Do your own research. And then Midas guys, you and your team are more than welcome to come on anytime that we have any lives or anything like that. I mean, I can't speak for Pride and Kryptonian and all them, but I'm sure that we'd love to hear from you guys and everything like that. So you're welcome to hang out with us. But I'm gonna bring Matt on, and then Matt and Steve can give us the lowdown on the great things that are happening with Cosmic Force.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that one.
Hey Matt, how's it going? Can you hear us? Oh, and then he's gone.
Yeah. I'm gonna take off real quick, Chris.
You taking off, buddy?
Yeah. All right.
All right, Brad.
Bro.
See you, Pride.
Take care, buddy.
All right. Bye, Pride.
So now we lost Matt. So we'll
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure he'll dial back in. But so what do you want? Do you want a little bit of background about Cosmic? Why we're doing Cosmic? Why we decided to do Cosmic in the first place?
Yeah, I think that.
Where do you want me to start?
I think you should start at the beginning, because of the fact that like with Fowler and I, we're like, I'm a big gamer. I'm a fan of it. And the only problem that I have is my audience. I don't know if the audience that we have tonight would not know what's going on, Matt. If they would not know everything about cosmic force. And then also the big thing I'd like to spend a lot of time on is the fact that and I guess people know that cosmic force is creating their own blockchain. So that is the part that I'm excited about. But I don't know how many people know about cosmic force that's in the audience. And I'd hate to miss out on what input they might have.
Yeah, no, that's good. So my name's Steve. This is Matt. There he is. It's very difficult to stop the pointing. If you want, I'll just give a little background on where we're coming from with Cosmic Force. So at our company, WaveM Studios, we've been around quite a few years. And primarily, we're a documentary film making company, and over the years, it's become more sort of computer related. The documentaries that we've done, primarily in the retro world, and as a result of doing the documentaries to do with Commodore business machines, including the Commodore VIC-20 and the Commodore 64 and the Commodore Amiga. And then, these were the early machines that people made games on, and myself included. Like many years ago, I actually made games on some of the early computers there. And through our journey with the documentaries, we decided to revisit actually doing some 8-bit programming. So this is in 6502 machine code. And really going back to basics. So we're talking like Space Invader. In the case of Cosmic Force, the original version, we did a game for the Commodore 64. We actually delivered it on cartridge and floppy disk. And this game was in the style of Defender, in the style of Galaxian. So you're really shooting the aliens, and part of it was like a pseudo 3D Star Wars that you used to see in the old arcades there. So bringing it forward now, we obviously you would have seen our name on a few of the documentaries that we've done for Safu, and like later sort of changing into Vulcan. So we were. We were part of the team going over to Dubai and doing filming there. And we did filming also in the UK. We've done a few interviews with said people, and so part of the journey that we've been on is the getting to know the community. And we always decided that at some point we were going to be making a game that was going to be Cosmic Force, but the cinematic version that links into crypto and basically takes care of all the digital assets and everything else that comes with it as far as a game's concerned. Our main priority from the beginning is to create something that was entertaining, and this is why we're doing what we're doing. But the journey, like now, it's taken a few little twists and turns. And I think I will just say in summary what Cosmic Force is then. So we've talked about what the retro version was. What Cosmic Force is now, it's a community game. It's about recruiting cadets. Cadets can become an alpha cadet, or there's a limited number of OG cadets. And these are the original members, the original players that will come into the game and be trained up for doing combat and going and populating 6 planets. And this is part of the the gameplay. And within there, we're building an economy as well. I'm probably jumping into everything like on tangents, but we're building an economy as well, because once we started talking to the community, we realized that not everybody likes to jump on and start shooting space aliens or flying through space or doing all the things that are actually the actual gameplay. There's a lot of people out there that they want to be part of the game, but they don't want to actually play the game. They want to play the economy of the game. So this is why we over the last months, we've been putting a lot of effort and time into what the actual economy is. And yeah, we looked at other games out there, one in particular, EVE Online, seeing how our economy can actually build up in the gaming world. And we wanted to sort of replicate the good parts of that, put it into Cosmic. And yeah, I think right now, I think that gives a summary of what the sort of game is. It is about going, finding one of the 6 planets that you want to settle on, looking at what the resources are, looking into mining, looking into settling there, looking into building the community. But obviously, there's a little undertone that not everything's good. And potentially, there's going to be space aliens, and they're going to be coming and attacking and everything else that comes with like a AAA game. Yeah, Matt, do you want to add to what I'm saying there before I ramble on too much?
That's all right. Well, I'll just say, like, so I'm in you know, I'm in Indonesia. I've been here for the past, I don't know, 4 months, right? So the time that is now is like what, 7:30 a.m. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I woke up at 6, like, all right, time to join the live stream, you know.
Sorry about that.
But you know, no, dude, that's okay, you know, like.
Yeah,
we
appreciate you guys being here. I mean, on a Sunday for us, right? So, but yeah,
it's all good.
We're excited about Cosmic Force, you know, big time. You know, I want to talk about the blockchain too. I want to know where you're going with that as well. So.
Yeah. Well, you know, we know you like we know you have a big interest in blockchains. Don't you worry. Of course, we know everything going on in the background. Don't worry.
Well, it's good to know. Good to know. All right, sorry, Matt.
Yeah. So that's okay. So in terms of like the actual game side, because you know my interest lies in the game development, almost primarily, right? Obviously, us as a team, we talk about the blockchain. We talk about you know, how it's actually going to work economically, right? But my focus is how is this going to play and really get down to the story and get like, you know, kind of crazy with it, right? So you could say Cosmic Force, you know, our intentions. The closest game I could imagine is, funnily enough, is Starfield, the new Bethesda game.
Starfield.
This looks good, you know. I know it's got some limitations of what they're doing, but the style and kind of like the more realistic version of space, not like Mass Effect, where it's kind of like, you know, more like Star Trek, but it's going to be more like Star Wars, Starfield, that sort of thing, you know. And yeah, we've been doing a lot of different things that we're going to put in the game, right? And yeah, it's been crazy, especially seeing the shifting landscape of what we've all been part of. The reason why we're all talking together, right? You got that, and then us developing the game, and then seeing new tech come out, and it's like, let's put that in, you know. So yeah, it's been quite a journey so far. Eh?
Yeah, definitely a journey, right? And what I like to see is with everything that's been happening in the last few weeks, few months, and we've known for months, me and my team, and what's been going on. It's just we're just waiting for it to all come out, obviously. But I'm happy to see that you guys pivoted and said, "Oh no, this ain't stopping us." In fact, we're gonna take what's happened and we're doing something much more better, bigger, and better. So that's what caught my eye. I was obviously, you know, I was already excited about Cosmic Force, and you know, to me, that was the at least on the be a major project that's coming to. I think you were going to put Vulcan on the map, honestly. You know, as one of the main projects, because I'm not as big a gamer as, let's say, Fowler or Chris, but you know, I'm an IT guy, so obviously I game. I just, you know, I just actually have a job, and I can't sit around and play video games like I'm joking. No, but you understand what I'm saying. But to see where it's going, I'm excited. You know, one thing about you're talking about, Matt, you know, you're working on the story and the different tech you're putting into it. You know, anything relative to space or that type of thing, you know, the sky's a limit, right? Or space is a limit. If you will. You can take it in so many different directions, right? And it sells, man. People just it's. I mean, it's gonna do well because it's relative to space and, you know, that type of thing. So, but I'm excited about it, 100%. Oh,
one of the questions that we got here is, will there be any procedural generation used in the game?
One. 100. There's no way. There's like, you know, when you get into game development, you see that procedural stuff happens pretty quickly, right? It's not even just space games. Just I can't think of any game. I can't think of any modern game that doesn't use it.
Yeah,
there's no way.
So
yeah,
imagine, like, you know, as we've been going through development, you know, and you know, we've been seeking advice from people that we know in sort of AAA, like the AAA world. But then you look at like games out there and you look, well, what are they doing? You know, it's like, what happens when you fly to a planet? You know, it's sometimes you see that you're jumping from one scene to another scene, and we took a step back, and like Matt was a big ambassador about this. He said, like, no, we have to be open world. We have to really embrace the full open world, interplanetary sort of traveling, and basically be able to create the planets procedurally, that they're based on seed phrases, so the planets can be recreated exactly the way they looked the last time you went there, but also the capability of splicing into that the areas that we want of interest, where, you know, we can put like more detail in there, more buildings that are specific structures. Obviously, like, Matt can talk more about that because he's the one doing it, you know. But we decided let's not make an easy choice. Let's make the difficult choice, because now's the time for building the foundation, right, Matt?
Yeah. When it comes down to like full planets, because I've seen. The funny thing is, I've never actually played No Man's Sky, but I've watched plenty of footage of it, and it's like, okay. In my mind, it was like a lot more polished than what it looked like, right? You know, when you have popping, when you have, you know, actors. Sorry, like not actors. Actors is what you say in the game, but the assets, you know, popping in as you fly around. You see that, I'm like, okay, wow, they got away with that. Like, it's kind of shit, you know. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, and
Chris was it's okay to curse.
What'd you say, Kryptonian? I can barely hear your mic.
Oh, you can't hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think maybe you got it turned down. I'm gonna turn it up.
I said Chris was once a sailor. It's okay to cuss. But go ahead.
Never a sailor.
So talking about the assets, you're talking about as you're in games and you're seeing the assets pop up. You're like, really? You're talking about the modeling? What are you talking about exactly? Like the
NPCs?
You know, well, it could be anything. Buildings, rocks, anything. You see it popping in, and you're like, okay, wow, it doesn't look as good as what I had in my mind.
Yeah.
But that they got away with it. They're selling the game. Yeah. So for us, it's like, okay, we're trying to get a game that really runs well, which is like almost the same priority in my mind as making something that, like, you know, that has a great story, but having it run well is like, people will praise you and be like, the whole fact that someone says it runs well would be the reason why someone would play it.
Sure.
To a lot of folk, right? So I'm looking at these other games. I'm trying to see the standard that we've had now, which is having multiple planets in the same scene, right? That you're able to fly down with no loading screen, have a whole planet even exist, and also have individual spots that you make exactly how you want it, right? That blends in with everything else. Because, you know, there's absolutely zero chance that we're going to ever design a whole planet and multiple planets, because no one's done that, and no one should do that, because, you know, they'll be 150 years old. So that's what we've been doing that side, and, you know, trying to use the same mindset of how to build everything as a small team. So
Yeah.
So that's what I'm concerned with.
And the way the way we need to approach things from a developing point of view is roll out the game in iterations. So of course we're going to be doing like alpha release and then pre closed beta before we do an open beta, all that kind of stuff. But in the background, rather than try and have the full open world available with full multiplayer available, in the beginning it is going to be single player, but we're building right from the start the server technology. So everything we do is reproduced, so it can be played back on the server, so multiple players can actually interact later on. And I think we'll be introducing sort of like a mob approach. So it could be limited to say like 8 players or 4 players initially, to some of the missions that we create. But just to get the ball rolling as well, what we're doing is we have a concept that's within the game. We have simulators, and before you're allowed to fly actual starships and run amok on the planets, we introduce people to the simulators, and there's going to be like various simulator tests that you've got to go through. So imagine you're going to be flying the spaceship in a simulator, or you're going to be doing like a shooting test in a simulator. You're going to be fighting against opponents in the simulator, and all these things. We say it's not in the real world, and the real world is when you're within cosmic force, which sounds a bit crazy, but it's the way we describe it to ourselves. And then when you get up to a certain standard, then you're allowed to be like on the base, and you're going to be doing the same things again, really, where you're going to be doing the target practice and like doing the driving challenges, and eventually you'll be introduced to your starship that has been yours from the beginning, as becoming part of the Cosmic Force cadets. And in the background it's being built, you see, and then the final parts will come into play for you to actually get into your starship. And first of all, you'll be doing like near world missions on the home planet, and as time goes by, these will expand further and further out until eventually you will be flying to the 6 colony planets and setting up bases and doing all the things like that. But initially, it's all based on like drone footage that's been coming in. There's drone footage right now on the website that you can see initial footage that we have from the planet, so you get a good feel to what the look and feel is. And one thing I've got to say is, like, even though it's single player to start with, everything's against leaderboards, so leaderboards become very important. And of course, it's a crypto game, so when the leaders of the challenges, they win certain NFTs, or they could be winning the Cosmic Force token. Now we have the potential that it's going to be a blockchain as well. So we have a Cosmic Coin, right? We have to fit Cosmic Coin in with the Cosmic Force token. So potentially there's Cosmic Coin that could be won when you do the challenges. So there's some finities that we're actually still working out on that front. But one thing I've got to say, and if any of our community, and I know there's a lot of crossover with the community, but if any of our community are watching this right now, we have to say how committed some of the guys are, and for them to put the trust in us for what we're building, it is immense, and you can see. Yeah, I'm trying to say things in a nice way. You can see where trust can go wrong. That's what I'm saying. But what we're wanting to show is like every step that we're going. The only thing that we wish is that we could do things quicker, right? But
yeah,
we didn't know yesterday what we know today. We didn't know 1 month ago that it was going to lead to us actually making a blockchain. And I will talk more about the blockchain and the reason why. But one thing I do have to say is that we're still very much supporting Vulcan, and we want Vulcan to be a success. Part of our strategy is that we're going to have a what we call a Vulcan vault as part of the game treasury, and it's just something that we want to build up. In the early days, we did realize that to work with Vulcan, especially when there was only the Vulcan coin, it was going to be very difficult for Cosmic Force. So, you know, if you like have liquidity on Vulcan and you're using the Vulcan coin as a pairing, you know, with all the taxes that are involved, it just became like, well, this isn't really usable in the game world, you know. So that was one thing that we started looking at, and I know that that Vulcan, to tackle this, have introduced the UXI token, and I believe that this will be the solution for pairing coins on Vulcan. And we have invested in Vulcan. We're very much invested in Vulcan. We did put sacrifice in there in the beginning. Also, we've invested into UXI. So we just need to make that clear to everybody. It's like, if we start talking about now a blockchain for gaming, there's some really good reasons why it makes sense. And it was always going to make sense that at some point we might have been doing this. And so, you know, I think in the end we end up being a multi-chain business with the game. But I'll leave it to you guys to start asking questions on the actual blockchain. Yeah, Matt, have you got anything to add there? I didn't want to just start jumping into like too much detail.
Yeah. So what's the? Can you guys hear me? I don't know if you guys hear me or not.
Yeah.
Better, but you know, talking about the blockchain. When do you plan on? Are you guys launching this in tandem with Cosmic Force, or what's the first? Are you guys going to launch your blockchain first and then is this what you're doing? You're not launching off another chain right now. So kind of go to the walk me through your thought process here.
Okay. So first of all, like myself, I'm 35 years in programming. The last 10 years, you know, and I freely share my LinkedIn profile, so you can see the kind of stuff that I've done in the past. But the last 10 years, I've been working in payments, right? So this is chip and pin payments, contactless. It's called EMV, which is very confusing because we've got EVM when it comes to, you know, which basically, you know, like programming in mainly in the transportation sort of industry, and also like creating devices that you see, like the Square payment device or PayPal payment device that links into your mobile phone and all that kind of stuff. So for the last 10 years, I've been very much into crypto and into transactions and transactional programming on devices that then link into a backend that need to confirm the transactions, all that kind of stuff. So when it came to Cosmic Force, we'd seen that potentially you can have some problems with like third-party programmers when it comes to contracts, all that kind of thing. And so we just decided we'd take the bull by the horns, and we'd get into Solidity, we'd get into programming the blockchain, programming for the blockchain, should I say, and creating our own contracts. So right now, all the contracts that we've created are on Binance. Like part of that is that they were always going to be temporary because we were going to be jumping lock, stock and barrel onto Vulcan to be the primary sort of platform. Like now we're sort of rethinking about it, and we're thinking that actually when it comes to some of the more important contracts, some of the more important, even the NFTs, that maybe we'll keep that. Well, I say maybe, like we will keep that on Binance. So what we're looking at is having right from the beginning have like a multi-chain sort of approach. So we have a presence on Binance. Binance is the road in for the customers to buy in. At the moment, we've been selling the CFX token in a view that there's bonuses for when it goes live. Up to now, it's been that the go live would be when it launches on Vulcan, but now we're re-engineering that the go live will be probably on Binance. We're just doing the finalities on that. So we'll probably launch on Binance, and that will be the Cosmic Force token with liquidity. And on the Cosmic Force blockchain, there will be the equivalent Cosmic Force token, which will be the in-game token, which you then can through a gateway that we're creating, you'll be able to export into the liquidity pool, so that then you can actually then change it into US dollars or whatever you need to exchange it into. So I think what we're looking at is really making use of Binance. I can talk more about the reasons for looking at a blockchain. I know we've been looking at a couple of different options, and definitely when we were looking at like Prism, it definitely looked like a really good option to us. But potentially, I think we may be going Avalanche. I know if Matt's watching and if like Bob's watching, you might go, no, don't do that. So, it's not too late. You might be able to convince us differently. But right now we're looking at going the Avalanche route. But the main thing that we're looking at is the blockchain that we create. We're going to be creating a blockchain that isn't EVM. It will be, all the contracts will be written in C++, and they will run on the native nodes. So in other words, we will be able to run code that's very familiar to us, because some of the code in the Unreal Engine is in C++. So we use blueprints, but underneath the hood, it's all C++. So we have this compatibility where we're able to then communicate to the blockchain using C++ on both sides, and we're able to do very fast transactions. And at the moment, like some of what we're looking at, we're talking like, maybe 400 transactions per second is what we're looking at on some tests and that. But the reason for this is that we want to record more than an NFT. Somebody buys an NFT, all right, that's recorded to the blockchain. We want to be able to record statistics. We want to be able to record the position that a player is in at a certain point, to be able to replay some events and have them actually audited and recorded in the blockchain to make it secure. We want the blockchain to actually have some sophistication in there that would stop sort of cheating. So somebody coming in and actually being able to cheat the system to make a player suddenly jump into a different area is not supposed to be. So some things like that can even be written into the blockchain. It sounds a bit crazy. So we're still investigating and working out what's possible and what's not. Another thing, because we have control of the blockchain, we can create our own pure random number generator, right? So we can create a real number generator, so we don't need to use Chainlink services, and lots and lots of other things. But also it means that we're in control of the gas price, and we're in control of the nodes. And on that one, I'm gonna have a drink.
Yeah, no, that's very. I appreciate you laying that out. Whether it's Prism, Binance, or Avalanche, and the sentiment, or I share the same sentiment with Matt here, or TCL Prism Chain. Multi-chain is 100% all established players in the space are going multi-chain. So multi-chain is the way to go. So you don't want to be siloed to one, as he says, to one chain. So no, I think you're making the right choice. Start with what you start with. If you're starting with Binance, it makes sense, because Binance, you already started with that. Fine, it makes sense, right? And if you want to build your own blockchain, even better. You're right. You have more control over everything, right? And there's no more passing. There's going to be costs to it, taxes and transaction fees, whatever. What these fees, at least you get to control that, right? And really make it affordable, for those that join the chain, of course. But most importantly, it's just going to add so much more to your project in general. You got a game, you got a blockchain. For me, if I like to see that. I like to see that you're actually capitalizing on the space, not just one particular player in the space, not like just Vulcan or Prism or Binance. You're seeing the big picture, and this is why we're building, Prism as well. We're taking the worst of what we experienced in the last year or so, at least maybe a few years, when it comes to blockchains and projects, and we're cutting out all the fat, making it nice, lean, and more efficient for the things that we wanted in a blockchain, which is how we came up with Prism. So it's super exciting that you guys are moving that direction. I love to see how it plays out. I'm definitely rooting for you guys 100%. Whatever path you take, I just hope it's multi-pass, multi-chain. I want to see you guys launching on multiple chains at the end of the day, because that's what's going to grow the space. Because you got those that are in Avalanche, you've got the communities in Avalanche, Polygon, and all these other Binance. But when you start branching out multi-chaining, you're just opening up the space, and if anything, you're going to be being able to do this, because I think this would be like the first game to really do this. I think game blockchain, right? Right? I haven't heard of any other game doing that.
Yeah, I think embracing the blockchain to this level where you're actually in control of programming the node, at actual blockchain level, and then programming into that let me say, like the ER20 tokens, that they're everything's standardized. It's still using all the standards that are laid down, but it's just using like a different approach. If you imagine, and this is exactly the same way that with Prism, the blockchain that's being built there, and we love Cosmos. I nearly said Cosmic then, but we love Cosmos, and this to a certain point was a chain that just seemed to like ring true because it's called Cosmos and we're called Cosmic, and and potentially we could end up being on there as well. Why not? But imagine. So we're going to do a little technical dive, right? So I'm going to do technical dive, right? So imagine the EVM. And I'm calling it an interpreter, right? So I'm calling it some software. It sits on top of your node, and then it does everything that it looks at the Solidity code, and it works out. Okay, the Solidity code is sort of compiled in there. It's like looked at, but it's a bottleneck, and this bottleneck can cause some problems. And there are like new engines as well that are a lot faster. So the way we're looking at doing things is we're still embracing EVM. All the contracts that are on are written in Solidity that are on Binance. I'll get my head mixed up with terms in a minute, but when it comes to the actual game part, when the nitty gritty fast game information that needs to be recorded to a blockchain, that's where the Cosmic blockchain kicks in. And that's where we can like throttle up the speed, and this could include NFTs that are won along the way, or it could be like NFTs that represent some customizations and things that need to be done fast and cheap. It's not too long ago everybody was going on about NFTs, and you buy an NFT for $50, but it costs you $500 to mint it, sort of thing. And them days are gone. And when it comes to like game creation, like we need to be able to mint a $5 NFT, and for next to no money.
And it doesn't cost $5 to mint it. It needs to be. No. I mean, the idea is pennies, fractions of a penny, if at all possible, because it's all about as far as the chain making any revenue off of that, you're hoping for millions of transactions. You will make
some revenue off of that to help cover costs. But most importantly, you know, when people go on this chain and are minting NFTs within the game, whatever, I mean, it's not they're not going to mint one; they're going to mint multiple because it costs them next to nothing, you know. And ideally, that's where it's at. I think, you know. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was just following.
No, that's fine. It gives time to think on that. And so one thing we're doing, you know, if we want to talk more about the blockchain, one thing we're doing, that there will be a number of nodes that we create. Now, you know, Vulkan has 500 nodes, right? But 500 nodes are not run all at the same time, and I think you know, I think sometimes there's a misunderstanding.
You mean they're not
on
valid? You mean they're not validating at the same time? They're
running. Not. Yeah. Oh, sorry. They're all. Yeah. Sorry. They're all running. And you use the delegators, which in our case on Vulkan is the light nodes, and this will delegate which actual nodes will do the work at that point in time. So rather than like launch and have hundreds of nodes, which then we have to make sure they're looked after, or some you know, the people buying the nodes have to look after them and host them. But we're taking a different approach. We need to just verify that this is actually an acceptable approach. So this is what we're doing. So we're only going to have 7 nodes initially. We've got 7 planets in our cosmos, and each node is represented, or we just said that each planet has a node, right? So one thing that does happen is that anybody that's a planet co-owner, so they're people that have actually bought into a percentage of the planet, might be 1%, or they may have got 10% of one of the cosmic force planets, that they're sharing the revenue when it comes to mining and all the economic activities that will happen on that planet. And anybody that holds an interest in that planet, they'll want to get more people onto the planet, more people digging for resources, more things happening on there. But an extra incentive or an extra like, I wouldn't say gift, I think it's part of the plan. We decided that they would have a share also of the node, right? So if you imagine that there's 1 node per planet, and then if you own like 1% of the planet, you also own 1% of the node, right? So it's really simple. But what we're looking at doing is making sure that each planet, because overall now we'll be looking after the nodes, but we need to make sure that overall that for each node there's 50% or more other node owners, so we can create a DAO for each node. Part of the income from the node will actually be for it to support itself. So the you're talking about the hosting, and you know, everything I'm talking about now is hot off the press. We're actually having an AMA on Thursday where we're going to go into a lot more detail. But oh, you're on mute there, Kryptonian.
Sorry, I'll definitely be tuning into that one for sure. Go ahead.
All right. And yeah, so the idea is that we'll only have 7 nodes, and we're going to run them as a DAO. We're going to make sure that we work out the decentralized hosting, but any decisions on the nodes are made by the community that will look after the nodes there. So yeah, so it's a different approach. And I think it will work nicely. It means that you don't need to have the responsibility of buying a server, hosting, or making sure you've got like 99.9% uptime, all that kind of stuff.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So you're not all right. So there's not going to be, like with Prism, right? We're not selling any nodes, you know.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah.
Vulkan, the whole notion of selling nodes was, it's never been done. It's not commonplace in crypto. And me getting into the Vulkan, buying a node, I own a node, right? As many of us do, and have.
you know, I just didn't know what I didn't know. It wasn't until I got into this thing, the light was shed on that. So, so you guys are going to own the nodes and then offer some sort of profit sharing, right? And as part of the nodes, right? So how do you? I mean, I can wait for your AMA, but if you want to get into details then, but
no,
so you guys are going to be responsible for all the hosting and owning that. You're going to actually own the servers essentially, right? That are running the nodes.
Yeah, we're going to be working with like third party hosting, and potentially it's not AWS. It'll be some more decentralized hosting that we can use for this. And the idea is there'll only be one node that we totally look after ourselves, and that would be the Own World one, where we have 100% ownership of this one. When it comes to the other nodes, there's at least 30% of income that it creates that will be pumped back into the node, which will be part of the hosting fees and any cost involved with looking after that node. There'll just be 20% potentially, that comes back into the game treasury, and the rest of it will be owned by the community. So overall, including the actual, there's got to be 50% or more owned by the community. Then we can call it a decentralized, autonomous as well. So making sure that the community owns it. And
DAO, I guess. So you're going
DAO, yeah. And then on that one, if there's money that comes in through gas fees, and we have another mechanism that's going to be in play, which I can't say what that is today, but there is going to be some other income that comes to the node holders, and we're going to be discussing more about that, and we'll be making an announcement on Thursday on that one.
Cool.
But on that, the actual community of voters, they can decide.
I would personally like to, based as you get your plan laid out and how you break it down, if it makes sense. I'm curious to how, because I'm going to play this back what you're saying, and I'm going to be talking to my team, and I've got questions, of course. There's a lot. I'm sure you got questions.
Yeah,
as well. But if it's possible for me to partake, me personally, I want to be able to own a planet, if you will, a node or whatever, or a piece of it. I like to be, even if it's for the community.
That's a good, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be amazing, right? To contribute in some way to the community, knowing that I'm part of Cosmic Force, and this thing blows the hell up. And
we know you like Star Wars.
Of course, I love Star Wars because Star Trek's fake, right? And there he goes. No, but just to be a part of that, imagine. Just imagine, Grand Theft Auto, me, just before it launches, owning some piece of that franchise to some degree, or not even owning it, just partaking in it. And it's been going for 10 years, 15 years now, or more probably. But to just be able to say I'm a part of that, because I think you guys are onto something with Cosmic Force. I don't see you guys stopping anytime soon. So
no, we're not stopping, but. The thing is, and the reason why, before I say, like we have to say thank you to the community that we've built so far, is it's so important. If we didn't have the community, we'd have nothing. We'd be building, we'd still be building. We maybe wouldn't be able to build as quick and all that kind of stuff. But the community are everything. And when I say they're everything, the community are actually the initial investors in Cosmic Force, and that's why we've got the mechanisms in place that the first people in, they're going to be getting the most rewards and revenue back, like as the game grows. Ultimately, if we jump a year, 2 years in the future, that there'll be a point where there'll be game players jumping onto Cosmic Force that won't even know anything about crypto, and they'll be paying with the credit card to jump in. We're actually going to be having a way of people to play for free. Like part of the simulator games, we're deciding that the simulator games will actually run standalone on mobile devices as well. So we don't want it all to be on PC. There's got to be other avenues that we go down. Maybe maybe we're going to release small versions on Steam, and we'll use use every avenue as a gateway back to the mothership, you know. Back to
Steve,
the big
let me
game.
ask you a question here. So you talked about going like from PC to mobile. Would your would like my account or my gameplay be something that if I was on my mobile playing and then went back to my PC, it would all be one? It would be.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do the American way now and say that's a very good question. And when I say that, that's because I'm thinking of the answer. But no, but actually, what we're thinking on that front is that if the mobile gameplay is like crypto wallet enabled as well, that means that it'll know that it's you playing on your mobile. You're playing one of the challenges, you know. So initially for mobile games, it's going to be the in simulator games, because the in simulator they're a little bit more cut down on the graphics. There's a lot simpler objectives for you to do, but it still includes the leaderboards. So the simple answer is yes, it will know it's you. You're still part of playing against other people, and these other people might be on PC, or one might be on Android and the other one's on iPhone and one's on PC, and you're all playing against each other. But the glue that holds everything together is the blockchain, and it's the blockchain that is the important bit. And it, you know, and not only that, it means that there's no cheating that can happen, you know, or if there is, it can be replayed.
Let me interrupt you here, Steve.
The term comes in and you wanted to do capture point in time, point in place, and all these things you were talking about.
Cool. Well, yeah. Hold on one second. I think my disguise is going to have to jump off.
Can I just jump in quick? I've been listening, Steve and Matt.
No,
and,
thanks.
It sounds like your project is amazing, and I'll be looking into it for myself. But I have got to jump off. But
no, thanks for that.
You said that I'm taking on a lot, we're taking on a lot, but it sounds like you've got a playful as well. It sounds really good. And
we're not doing it alone. It's all teamwork, you know. That's what it is. So good on you.
That's awesome. And I want to take
great being on here, and thanks for having me, Chris.
Appreciate you coming on my disguise, and we'll be looking forward to your announcement tomorrow. And good luck with everything. I think you guys are trying to go in the right direction, so hopefully everything goes well.
Thank you very much, man. Take care, Kryptonian. See you later.
All right.
Take care.
Hey, Steve, I got a question. I know you've been talking with Bob, and he's he is our senior dev, right?
Oh, so, yeah, he's a guru. He's the
the guy knows his stuff. So, you know, so I'm sure he's listening. He's always listening. This guy's everywhere. Trust me.
You know, I just got to say real quick, man, Steve, I think you're great and everything like that. But when you talk to me and Bob talk to me, I mean, it just goes over my head all the time. I'm just like, you guys are way too smart for me, man. I just, you know what, you guys.
You know, what's funny, Steve, is Bob doesn't talk. He's actually sending messages, so he's reading it. Is going over his head.
And I go through Google Translate just to make sure that I'm getting the right words. And I'm like, no, he is saying that. I don't understand what you're saying, Bob.
Yeah, I know. I mean, obviously, Steve, you know, with the years of experience that you have in developing C++, you know, C# or C#, I mean, that ain't no joke, man. I mean, I'm not a developer, but I definitely contract and work with many that I have as developer leads and for many of my clients, right? I'm an IT guy, so I know I can definitely talk shop, you know. So I know the type of mind you have to have just to be able to write code. And proof it out, right? So my definitely respect to you. And then when I met Bob, who, you know, Solidity and guys just, you know, is just he is a guru, you know. And I didn't know what I didn't know until I started talking to the guy. So I'm actually happy to hear that you're actually speaking with him, because he knows his stuff, and he I think he's going to be a great asset to you at the end of the day, whether you decide to go with Prism or not, you know. Bob isn't the only one. He has a team of just gurus that he surrounds himself with. So you're in good hands, and not because of Bob, but because of the people that he surrounds himself with, and the community that they come from actually truly wants DeFi to be self-regulated, safe, and they want the likes of someone like a Brian Legend completely off the radar, off the map, because he's ruining it. So I'm happy to hear. I just want to say that I'm happy that that you've been consulting, talking. Even Matt's amazing.
Yeah, well, we know Matt. We met Matt.
Yeah,
so.
Super. So
Matt's my dog. Not my dog, but my bro. He's my brother. No, Matt's amazing. Yeah.
What was I going to say? Yeah, with So on the sort of decision front, at the moment it's definitely 80% that we're going Avalanche, right? And what we didn't want to do, because obviously we've been talking to Bob and the team so far, and we really love what's going on, and we want to be involved one way or another, right? So our feeling is, what we didn't want to do is like, all right, we're doing this way, and we're not bothered about what's happening in this space. And no, it's not like that. Over the last year, there's a lot of sort of key people that we know are good people, like Fowler. He's very quiet there. I can see him, but he's listening, right? He's listening. He's taking it in, and when it comes to like GameFi. Like Fowler's the man, right? He knows everything there. So when it comes to blockchains and building a blockchain, like I'm pretty sure Bob is the man. He's the one to go to. But I know how busy Bob is with everything, and the team are
extremely busy. Yeah. But that's one thing about him is, we're on different time zones, at least for me.
Yeah.
But like I said, he works. It's not just him. He works with probably 5 to 10 of the guys just as smart as he is, if not smarter. One thing about Bob is, I say it often, if you're the smartest guy in the room, then you're in the wrong room. And Bob will never say that he's the smartest guy. He just knows guy. Point is that he knows what he knows, and he knows what he does. He's actually, during everything that's been happening over the last few months, he and I would have great conversations because he was picking my brain, I'm picking his brain, and he would say, I'm not sure about this. And he'd come back. This is what I found out. So at least I would say that if you guys are looking for, any questions, I saw a comment from Matt up here that whether you're looking to get into a blockchain, a project or whatever, reach out to Bob. And he's a great resource. He wants to help everybody. He really does want to make the space safe, for everybody. And that's why he's been so adamant about just the shenanigans that have been going on, because you got to think about this, Steve and Matt. You guys have a very, very I would say a very delicate project that you guys just dream, this vision that it could have been immediately, it could have gone down with the ship, if you know what I mean. And I'm glad that you guys took notice and took a step back. So I recall hearing that you guys, well, hold up, we're gonna we see what's, I think you mentioned this, Steve. We see what's going on. We're gonna be making some changes here, and that's great. I'm glad you didn't put all your eggs in one basket, and that you're reaching.
Well, I'd like to say that the way that we've navigated this, because it kind of started off like different projects wanted to partner with us. We're talking like, I don't know, December or something like that, like around that time, and it was ongoing. It was like, hey, let's partner with this. Hey, let's have this type of thing, and we have a whole section on this planet. We have this other company have their branding, and and we started to go down those lines a little bit. We started talking, and then eventually we just thought like, nah, because you saw all the crazy stuff happen, scam accusations. We're not talking about Vulcan and Safu yet, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And there are the accusations or whatever, but it just put us like really in a risky position, didn't it? That we're relying on other people's credentials, and what if they do something wrong?
Not even like legitimate scams or anything. It's just drama, right? The crazy drama.
I know what you're saying.
So we avoided that. We avoided so many things, and it kind of like, it did annoy us a lot of how much we weren't able to really say about anything, to be honest, because that's how we normally run the business. We just,
you
don't try to burn any bridges,
Yeah, I was going to say, Matt, sorry. You notice we haven't been on lots of like live shows and that, and it's not through that we didn't want to talk about anything. It's that we felt like our hands are tied. You know, it's like quite a while back. There was a what is it? There was like a darkness in the forest sort of thing going on. It's like there really was. If we were in too many stand-ups, stand-ups, I'm saying that I'm talking work terminology, but if we were in too many live shows, we might start talking too much, and then it, you know, it's like how can I put it? It's like in the beginning, and this is I'm saying positive things about Vulkan right now, but in the beginning, it was pretty clear that the technology or something was missing when it came to like getting feedback on how do we actually integrate, how can we actually do what we need to do, and it wasn't forthcoming, right? So you lose some trust on that, right? Now I think Nick is a great guy. He knows what he's talking about, and I'm really glad that he's now in a position, and I think to a certain extent, he's had his hands tied. He's not been able to do what he wanted to do with Vulkan. So I'm looking forward to the show on Thursday, the AMA, because you know we've all got investment in Vulkan, but on a lower level, I just knew that it just wasn't going to work out properly. Vulkan isn't going to become the gaming platform that we want it to be. You know, I mean, not to drag Fowler into this too much, but the original name for Gods of Gaming wasn't Gods of Gaming, was it? You know, so I think
you talk about hands tied right there, right? Like, yeah. I mean, it used to be Vulkan Gaming, right?
Yeah, but then you tie yourself in too much, and you feel like you can't say anything. You know, you're in a really difficult position, and for us, we just want to talk like the positive things about what we're doing. You know, so. It's not like it's all about what we're doing. We want to work with many. We want to have many partners. We want to really integrate with Cosmos, with Avalanche, with different blockchains, Polkadot. You know, there's a lot of good blockchains out there that are all hungry for gaming. You know, we want to work more. We Fowler. It's no secret that isn't, and yeah, so us making a choice to go like Avalanche, what we didn't want to do is like alienate you guys, because I know you're building something on a different blockchain and that, but as time's gone on, I think we've realized
you're talking about Well, we're layer 0, so we're not a layer 1. Like I guess your blockchain would be a layer 2, right?
It's gonna be layer 1
layer
because
1?
it's actually Well,
so you're building it off of Binance, or are you building it off because Binance?
No, not on top of Binance. It'll be on top of Avalanche.
Oh, on top of Avalanche. Okay. Yeah, so we're layer 0, so we're not. So we're building. We're really building from scratch, in a sense, you know. So we're taking the best of what we perceive to be the best of the tech out there. And we're building a chain that we all wanted. I think, you know, we're building what we always wanted. So in a sense, there's great opportunities for projects like yourselves and many other projects that want to actually, you don't have to. I mean, we have the level up, the layer up. I mean, I know you talk to Matt and probably Bob about those things, but yeah. So you're building off of Avalanche. I'm sorry to interrupt, but go ahead.
No. I was just thinking about the bottom line is that we've over the last year, you know, we've built there's a good community, and the good community are now shining through, and I think to be able to work together is absolutely the right way forward, you know, and definitely there's a lot of success that's going to come because it's down to hard work. It's not down to like fancy tokenomics where it's like, oh, this and this and this, and it's down to hard work, you know. The business that you're building up, it's about real bricks and mortar. It's about the real world, like linking into crypto. In gaming, I believe that gaming, it's a real product. It is.
Oh, it is. It's a it's $1 billion industry. I mean, you're literally you're basically taking a piece of the existing market share that's out there, and you're wanting to tie it into blockchain. So yeah, you have something there. You have something that I think has so much potential. I mean, you're right, and it's going to take hard work. And you're right. It's not fancy words. We can get the greatest salesman out there and the best marketer. None of that matters unless you guys, the team, execute and deliver. At the end of the day, we've all, wherever you're, wherever the sun lies above your head on this planet, we're from different walks, different parts of the earth here. But we've all experienced, at least I would think that we have, that one sales guy that says, "Oh man, yeah, this car or whatever, this house or this whatever, this widget you're buying, it does everything." And then you get it to the house and it doesn't do half of what they said it was or it would do. So and that comes from just us falling for that, where at the end of the day with blockchain, I think technology and what you guys are doing, it's just the transparency that we have. You guys say it's going to do something. We have the ability to actually to inspect what we expect. But most importantly, you guys have something, like you said, bricks and mortar, right?
Yeah.
It's the real work. And then we've got blockchain technology, which we know is proven. It works. It's there. You guys are tying them in together. So I think you guys have something. I'm excied.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dad. There's one thing that we're trying to do as well, which is, we've already talked about NFTs and all sorts of stuff within, our own team, our own family. Yeah? Talk about what people's opinions are in general in the gaming culture, because I'm like one of the last millennials just before Gen Z, I think. Yeah. So my experience of like playing games was starting with the PlayStation 1 onwards. No NFTs, obviously, right? And no NFTs before that. And when I look in the gaming communities on YouTube, people talking about NFTs, man, they hate it. They hate it so much. And Dead shared to me this massive email that was I can't remember what it was used for, but it's from a pretty high up game dev.
I'll give a bit of background and I'll let you carry on. But I had an email from someone that was a AAA developer. He's worked for a lot of big game development houses. I can't mention his name, but he is one of our advisors. But he shared this absolutely massive email that he'd given his point of view, and I shared it with the team. And then, what did you think with some of the things he was saying, Matt?
Well, the thing is, right, all the things he was saying was right. He went into detail why people hate the NFT stuff so much, just the whole blockchain inside the game so much. And not only do people start seeing NFT gaming as like just a way for people to get extorted, right? Just like micro transactions and all that, right? And what I find funny is that people forget that you can take the money out, but on all these other micro transaction non-crypto games, the money's just gone, right? So that blows my mind. But this email went into detail of what it's like to sign up to these crypto games and how long it takes, and how all you want to do is play the game, but then you're buying land, you're buying characters, you're trying to sign in all sorts of different ways, and you've not even seen any gameplay. Not even seen a screenshot.
What are you talking? I'm talking like hours before you actually get gameplay, because I can share that in that sentiment where I got my PS5 and I want to play Call of Duty or whatever. Or I just downloaded a PS5, guys out there. I just downloaded the Street Fighter game, right? The new Street Fighter that just came out. You know what I'm talking about? And I had to download it. I don't have the disc version. I downloaded the digital version. It took me, because of my internet where I was at, took me like 2 hours to download the thing. I had to set up an account. Point is, I had that frustration. I just paid the money for this game and I didn't get to play for at least 3 or 4 hours. I was done. I was like, you know what? I'll just play it tomorrow. So that's just me on a console. Can you imagine something like block? So that's true. That's a true story, Matt.
You don't even know. Like, you look like, at least with the game, you know what a download is, right?
Yeah.
But all the NFT right? You're looking at like, what is BSC? I don't even know what that is, like, you know.
Right.
And so it just starts going down like the worst experience that you can have. And it's like, we don't want that. We want something that is as close to like a normal game as you can get. That's why we've been looking at, you know, ways to get into the game without trying to set up all these crypto stuff. It just does it for you.
Wallet and all these things, and
yeah, and then by the time,
I said this a long time ago, guys. I literally said that traditional gamers don't want to go through the hassle of crypto. Like, they think it's too complicated. That's why they hate it. They hate it. I've been saying they hate NFTs. They hate NFTs. I don't know why they even ran it out there. There's a couple AAA games that's running out this year. Like, they're gonna run out NFTs, and they're gonna fail because the gamers don't like crypto because it's too tedious. Everything is tedious. You got to sign up, you got to buy tokens, you got to get it to a wall, you got to do all types of things. Even to interact with an NFT marketplace, you have to have a wallet. You have to be able to do all these things. People don't want to do all that. I've always said the greatest solution to gaming, NFTs, crypto, all that stuff, to merge it together, you have to skin the game around crypto, meaning pretty much all your actions is literally moving you through the crypto process. So if you're going through a tutorial, that tutorial should have you setting up a wallet somehow, some way, make it interactive, stuff like that. Then it's more interactive. Then they feel like you said, they're in the game, but they're actually doing stuff that actually progresses them through crypto. And then eventually, when they start, purchasing the skins, the extra stuff, the marketplace, the microtransactions, basically, once you skin it like that, it's simple. Boom. And they're on the blockchain and they have no clue. And that's how it should stay. They should stay where they do not understand where they're at, but they know how to do the simple basic functions. It's almost like they were in a traditional game. They just don't know they're not in a traditional game. So that's how I was saying gaming is going to have to get to that level where you're basically skinning the game around, or you're going to skin a game around crypto. And then that's how you're going to get them in crypto with them not knowing they're in crypto.
Yeah, I'm one of those traditional gamers and everything like that. And that I agree with Fowler 100% because I go back to the old days and it's just fiat. But if it was like Fowler saying, it was created a tutorial around blockchain and what Steve was talking about, that you're using the blockchain on the mobile or the PC and everything. That's a totally different story to me. And that's something that I can get involved in. But man, the gaming community that I come from, crypto is not something that we're all readily available to jump on board with.
Yeah. Like I was saying, again, the tutorial, real simple. Most people blow right through the tutorial, right? Then guess what? If you know they're going to blow through the tutorial, you need to make the game where they're like, hey, what's going on? Why can't I figure this out? I need to go read that tutorial, right? That's where you kind of need to be. And that tutorial has to, and I'm going to give you guys some, some little tidbits, some little hints, but that tutorial needs to have get the pen ready. The tutorial needs to have like QR codes, stuff that people are used to using, like boom, I put up my camera, my phone, boom, that QR code is going to take me to a wallet, a site to download a wallet, right? Boom, it interacts with, you can say, a Cosmic Force wallet. Bam, you got a Cosmic Force wallet they can download. In that wallet, they have the ability to third party your token and buy directly tokens right there. Boom. And then that's how you kind of like cut through all the red tape of getting people in the game quickly, right? Like they don't have to go through a process of signing up a lot of stuff. No, just have a wallet, a QR code that leads you to a wallet. That wallet has a third party that can connect you with your game's token. Boom, they have your token. After that, they need to see the reason why they need to use token. That's why you have your marketplace set up. That marketplace is integrating the NFTs, which can be items and all types of things that's integrated with the game. That stuff, that's how you get into the traditional gamers, where you make it. See, traditional gamers is as smart as they think they are. They're really not that smart because they don't even want to get into crypto, right? Like for us, we feel like we're a step above, baby, because we're going to go through all this stuff. We know about Web3, all this stuff. They don't care what that stuff is. But again, if you make this stuff simple enough where they can just literally pick up the phone that they use every single day, every single minute, that they're probably going to be using right there by their game, boop, boom. Oh, Cosmic Force wallet. Oh, I need this. The game tells me I need this. Like, you put that stuff in there, man, this stuff is a cakewalk. It's just, developers just don't want to do it.
I think, I think for us, when it comes to on-ramping like gamers, like if we have the free route, and maybe there's some credentials you need to put in just to like it could be like the normal auth technology, so sign in with your Twitter account or whatever. There's just some way of recognizing that it's you, and we can build it on the back of some other authentication methods that are already in there. In the background, see, I don't like custodial wallets. I don't like that. But when it comes to the free players in the beginning, I think it's okay. We can have custodial wallets. So there will be a limited amount of things that they can actually win, but they can't get the big prizes because they haven't signed up properly,
right.
But we let the free players, that we let them win some items, and then boom, what you're saying there, like Fowler, is it's time now. You've actually won some stuff. You've been playing for a while. You've shown that you're committed and actually you're enjoying the game and you want to proceed into the game. You want to now have your own like Starfighter. You want to carry on and explore the planets, everything like that. But what we don't do is let them carry on with that wallet. At this point, they need to do the process you're saying, the QR code, and they sign up for a wallet, and then we have a process that everything that's in there temporary. It's a temporary custodial wallet is transferred to them, and they have full ownership. And we don't touch any custodial wallets. There's no keys that are copied across or anything like that. It really is just a temporary space to hold some of the initial NFTs that they win. So that's the mechanism that we're looking at doing. What's more difficult is how to have a mechanism there for somebody that comes along and they just pay with fiat. And then they're in the game, and it's a similar mechanism, I guess, but you don't want too much value to be in that custodial wallet. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that'll be fairly simple though, because gamers like me and stuff like that, we start pursuing why, I don't know if this is the term that you guys would use, but bind on account. When I create an account that I have with a gaming platform, I want all the security features. I want any kind of KYC and everything like that, because I want that account to be to me. Yeah. And if I receive something or get something, a skin or anything that would be bound on account that I could use, I want that to be safe. So I think that custodial, what the temporary account that you're talking about would be something that, yeah, to see if they like the game. But if you really want the account that, or the wallet or whatever, created so that it can be 100% verified and secured that it's you. And I think that'll happen quickly with us old school gamers, because I mean, I couldn't even tell you all the stuff that the games that I played for years, all the different things that I got, but they're mine and I want to keep them, so.
Yeah. So, it's really interesting to fuse the two worlds together. And I got to say, like, over the last months, there's been more time and effort, or should I say, there's a lot of time been taken up in contracts and the actual like blockchain side, the crypto side, because we need to build the foundation, and that's where we're at. But now it feels like that things are coming together, and we're able to really start pushing forward on the game play front. What we're looking at October. We haven't set an actual date. We're looking at October-ish for doing a pre-alpha release. This is like a private release to people that are actually like players, investors. They have like they're a cadet, and then we're hoping to have a closed beta release in January, and hopefully we can have open beta for February, where then the floodgates are open and we start bringing new players in, and we want that to coincide with testnet release. It's a bit of an aggressive timescale. We want testnet to be running by October. We want mainnet candidate to be running sort of like January, and then by the time we're actually into open beta, it's mainnet, mainnet. I mean, there's going to be a few different versions of testnet on the way up there, but yeah, we've always been a bit like this. So sometimes we're sometimes a bit too aggressive, but there was one time we were making a documentary film, and this fellow documentary filmmaker, this was the Commodore story. You can check it out on Amazon. The Commodore story is, and it's not the Commodore the singers. It's about the old computers, but it's two totally different things.
I do got a question about a movie, but back to you building, going from beta, testnet, mainnet, all these things.
Yeah.
No, I'm just going to highlight what Matt says here. You just got to find $6 million. Yeah, because apparently it cost $6 million to build the blockchain. I got in a discussion with a guy on Twitter Spaces the other day, and he was just like, blockchains take millions of dollars to build.
Yeah, maybe absolutely millions.
Millions of dollars to market it, but not to build it. So I think that's the misconception people have. I mean, unless you're, you got really deep pockets and you're hiring the best, you're recruiting all the devs in the space to build this thing, right? And you're building something that's gonna go to the moon we never went to. But and the other thing, I know you guys are working on on at one time, because you guys work on documentaries. You guys are working on a Vulcan documentary, right? So, so in light of everything that's happening, is there going to be a different entity now? I mean, when's that coming out? And
no, we don't have any plans on a special Netflix version that's different. No, I think the obligations of filming so far have been met, where we're filming a documentary about Safu, and then that included the Safu racing and everything like that. And then we were making films specifically for what was going forward for Safu X and Vulcan, and so we've met certain obligations there. If there's any conversations need to be had for going forward for doing some additional filming for Vulcan, then we can look at that. We still want to be part of that journey.
It was for Safu and all that stuff. I remember that's what it was for.
Yeah, and the products. Right? Yeah, and the products we put together were they're there on YouTube for everybody to watch as well. Of course, we have lots of outtakes and lots of extra footage, but that's under lock and key.
But I get it. You guys can. I mean, I bought to be roles, but I definitely I can see the editing. You guys know what you're doing, so that's what I was asking. But
you're just waiting for the expose to come out.
Whatever. I mean, there's definitely plenty of stuff to come up with, right? But that's down the road, guys. I want you to really focus on your of course, and of course, I want to see if you guys. Well, I would say I want to say when you guys, because you guys are you have a lot of momentum behind you, and because of the community, considering everything that's happened, you still have people in the community. What's left of the community, as I like to say, right? They still want this to happen. They still want whether we both be successful. They want our projects to be successful, but just as important, they want cosmic force. I mean, people are waiting for this. So keep at it, because I like to see your documentary come out. And we started with this, now we've got this blockchain and all. I like to see that.
Well, in the background, just to let you know, we've been working on a documentary, and this is how talking to Safu in the beginning happened, but we've been working for the last 2 years at least on Crypto Gold Rush. It's a documentary series that we're wanting to put. We were wanting to put together a 6-part series to potentially go on Netflix. Everything we've done so far is on Amazon, but we want to jump to the next stage and put this on Netflix. And but we haven't put it on a back burner. We put it on a longer time scale, and we've said, right, we're going to do another 2 years filming, and this will be like filming at odd events that we go to, and maybe we're going to be exhibiting at the crypto events, and we film at the same time, and we do interviews, and we've interviewed like quite a few different people. Right there, Keith. We've filmed quite a few different people from all different backgrounds in crypto, and we want to follow the full 4-year sort of cycle for Bitcoin, and so. Some of the projects that are emerging right here, right now, every single project. And I remember, like Keith, I've already talked to Keith about potentially, if we're over in Australia, like going down and filming what he's been up to there, like introducing crypto and into the real world again, And so when it comes to Crypto Gold Rush, we want to cover every different aspect and make it into a really interesting 6-part series. And it's going to be the good, the bad, the ugly, and the fantastic, so everything. So yeah, just bear that in mind. There could be things that come out of every single project that's here tonight and going forward. Yeah,
it's going to be good. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be interesting to watch for sure, because there's definitely a lot of things happening. I mean, there's projects launching all over the place, but I think within this community, my gosh, it's been a roller coaster, man.
Yeah, and it's like from the ashes, from the embers, like great things are happening and that as well. So
yeah. Yep. You all right there, Keith? What's up, buddy?
G'day, everyone. How are you all?
Good day.
Well, welcome to the panel, Keith. How are you doing? Did you get your chores done?
Yeah, I've just rushed inside, just got the calves fed, and as you can see, it's daylight where I am. So
daylight.
Managed to get that done. So
it's like 7:30 where Matt is right now. We know that much.
I'm just glad you don't have smell-o-vision.
Right?
Yeah.
I smell like calves.
All right. Myself, it's at 2 a.m. I'm gonna hang on for a little bit more, maybe half an hour more, and then I'll duck away. But
and we appreciate you being on this long and keeping it going, man. I mean, you've given us a lot of information to look forward, not just the stuff you've dropped, but to look forward to over the next AMA you guys do regarding the chain that you guys are working on and how that's going to be panned out. So
they're busy boys over there, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. We are. But for Chris, it's like this is a really great show to come on. It just feels like free and easy, and it's just a group of people talking about crypto and talking about our projects, and so today was never about bringing any elaborate presentations or anything like that. Yeah. And over the years, I've like looked after like programmers. I think I was looking after 20 odd at one point, and one thing that I always tried to do is talking normal English when it comes to like technical stuff, So today there's a few topics that touched on, but I like to try and explain things as understandable as possible, So
that's important.
And there's nothing wrong, right? I'm always the one in the back of the room that'll put my hand up and say, "Oh, what did you mean by such a thing?" And then there'll be 5 other guys in the room that said, "I was thinking exactly that." Yeah. But I'm the one. I'll make myself look like the stupid person because I don't care if I don't understand something or I think that other people might not understand. I'll put my hand up. So
it's good.
It's the way I work. So
and that's super important for no one is an expert in this space. I mean, there's so much to get, so much information to learn on the daily, right? We're learning something. I'm learning something every day when I jump on panels with you guys. I'm in the Discords, I'm looking at the projects, and just in the development of our individual projects. But at the same time, it's one of the things that Chris and Fowler we've talked about backstage is okay, great. We want to get out here and have a good time, laugh and all that, crack on each other, talk about projects. But at the end of the day, we want people to walk away from these lives learning something. We want them to be better than when they first joined us in some sense. Unfortunately, the last few weeks have been more of us kind of just pulling the veil back, but now we can move forward, right? Now we can start. Now the education starts again. We can start learning, and that's why it's important you're here to talk about the things that you're doing. And I know there's tons of questions. People have thousands of questions out there. So you taking the time to answer them and explain them is a good thing, because that's only going to give them more confidence and to want to get into your projects and others like that. So, at the end of the day, you can go into a Discord and you can read something, but when you're actually hearing somebody talk about it, right, you're actually and someone's explaining it through and you can kind of tie it all together. You as an individual investor, you become more empowered and more confident, more educated, and a lot safer in the space, so to speak, because no one can pull wool over your eyes anymore, because you know what you didn't know, moments before. So we appreciate you jumping on.
Well,
can I just say one? Oh, sorry, Matt.
Matt, I think you're. We can't hear you. You're breaking up. I didn't hear you. I don't know if the rest of everybody did.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just saying that we try to be consistent and not bring out new announcements every day about some crazy thing that's going to happen, So, yeah. And, what we tried to do months ago is still what we're trying to do now, but build on top of that. So any new news, should be something that people go, wait, that's actually even better, So that's what we're trying to do. Not have any crazy, I thought this was going to happen, but no, it's still happening.
I've got to address one question that I've seen from NI Legend. And it's, how much did Brian pay you guys? 1 million to film? I think I saw it on his elaborate spreadsheet. Yeah. That's brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, I saw the spreadsheet too. Yeah.
He
had 5 rows of payments.
Exactly. I mean, well, the thing is, the thing that I haven't told anybody here is it has cost us 5.5 million to get so far with the blockchain, and that's why we can do it now for like less than 10,000 or something. You know what I mean?
I'm glad I contributed early on with with Brian. He I gave him the money willfully, and I'm glad you got taken care of, because now you can do your blockchain, Steve. I appreciate that. Thanks, man.
It's all going on the blockchain. It's all going on the blockchain. All 1 million plus the other 2 million, or the other 5 million.
Man, it was all worth it. Damn it!
I know.
That's all right.
It's funny. That's funny. Thanks for that. NR.
So Keith, I know we'll probably have some straggler questions for Steve and Matt about Cosmic Force and the blockchain. That's just
absolutely
stellar stuff. But
we're all good.
Yeah.
What's going on with
their project's just a little bit bigger than mine?
Yeah, just a little. Yeah,
they're kind of doing. They're kind of doing a lot in the background. Like there's so much computer stuff and all of their stuff. Like it's completely different realm to anything I am, because obviously what I'm doing is just transformed just into the cause of the carve stuff now. So but we've got some because we're launching a new token which is replacing the one we have, so I have some new tokenomics and stuff to mention. The other day when you were on the live stream with us, Chris, I was thinking I should be able to be 100% for today, but it's not quite there, but I can still say what it is. But we're pretty sure that's what's going to happen. So, which is either way, it doesn't really matter, but it's all good anyway.
Keith, is this breaking news information? Do I need to run the breaking news?
Well, no one knows what I'm going to say. No.
Okay, here's breaking news, buddy. You got to get it's breaking news here with us. Oh, I'm going to do Teddy Ones. He's watching. Here we go.
Awesome.
I'm going to star this question so that you can talk about what you're doing. We'll come back to that one in just a minute. Go ahead.
I'm doing things way out of the box compared to what I see in the other projects now. So we've totally changed path on how we're doing the reward mechanism. So whether it's good or not, I don't know. We'll find out. But see what you guys think, and we'll go from there. But I can, yeah, I'm pretty certain you won't come up with any complaints, but we'll find out. Well, I suppose you want me to fire away a little bit.
You have the floor. It's all you, Keith.
Well, basically, the original calf token was a zero tax token, right? The same as it was built exactly the same as it fell into the same position as what Kiwi was. So it's just a zero tax token. It offered a utility of the NFT project for Cause of the Calves, but it wasn't really fit for purpose. So then I consequently, with having the LP taken, stolen, or however you want to word it, shit happens. It made it where I was already in the process of formulating a V2. And so I did that. Obviously, within 13 days, I had that launched and airdropped, and everything was back to normal. But there's still, I don't know, like taxes are a hard thing. You've got to have it, a source of revenue, but they also, I don't know, they're quite a detractant in certain aspects as well. So the way I've done it now is that it's still a tax token. So there's going to be a new token as just calf, and that's going to have taxes on it, but 100% of the tax goes into reflections, which is paid out, like, because of the shit that happened with me and Brian, and the Vulcan team haven't reached out to me at all. And in the process of going to Grove blockchain at the moment. It doesn't mean that we're going to be there wholly and solely. Like, we're happy to do multi-chain, but that's where we're at the moment. So there's a new token being made at the moment for Grove to replace what we have now on Binance. But that's essentially, at this stage, is going to be a 2% buy, 2% sell, but 100% of that goes to reflections, which is paid out in Grove coin. And obviously Calf has a treasury wallet, which also receives reflections. And from that is where I'll do manual LP ads or marketing or whatever it is that I need to do from the revenue that the treasury, because the treasury wallet's like 23%, I think. So it earns a good slice of the reflections. And so that's where the revenue is coming from for doing whatever it needs to do. So you don't need to allocate a tax to this or tax to that, because it allows it to be flexible, but it also means that you don't get red candles by doing selling half of your tokens to get your Grove or your BNB or whatever it is, whatever chain you're on, to be able to add liquidity. So you just pair it with some of the tokens, some of the calf that's already in the treasury, add it to the Grove that you've got in reflections, and then add it to LP. So you just don't end up with any sort of red candle effect at all. So all of the rewards are essentially going back to the people. And of course, the support of the protocol. And there's one other aspect that I'm doing, which hasn't, this is the aspect that's not 100% finalized yet, but I'm setting up a part DAO. So then probably 1% of that, for, like whether it's on the buy or the sell, I'm not sure. But probably 1% of that tax will get allocated into a DAO, which will then have a community vote, holder vote that can, like, from half a dozen different options to where it goes to. It can go to a farm project. It can go back to the people. It can go to LP, whatever people choose to do. and that will probably be that aspect there is not 100% set in concrete yet, but we're pretty sure that with the feedback that I've had, that's what's going to happen. So yeah, so that's it's super simple. That's all it is just the taxes are all in reflections in paid out in the blockchain coin. So obviously I was setting up stuff to go onto Vulcan, but yeah, we all know where that's gone at the moment. Well, not so much the Vulcan side, but how I was treated and stuff. I'm sure you guys are across all of that stuff. So you know.
Yeah, onwards and upwards, Keith.
Yeah, well, that's like we all cop our knocks. It's not like I'm a dev or anything like that. I'm just a farmer doing my thing, and like I'm trying to make a project that does something. We've been here since January now. We've certainly ridden some ups and downs. That's the nature of the beast. But a lot of the downs have just been manipulated downs. Like where there's been like the case of Brian doing his fuddy stuff on us, just about every project within our space copped it, and I just happened to get it a couple of times around. So, I had the community, quite intently turned against me because I just don't have the community power, and you just got to keep trucking on, just keep doing what you're doing, and show some resolve, and that's what we done, and we just keep doing our thing. But yeah, that's where we're heading to at the moment. So what do you guys think of that idea?
Well,
don't all talk at once.
I was just going to actually say, I was going to say something else before you asked that question, but I was going to say it's good to see you like every Monday and sometimes other days as well, and and it's you've got the consistency there, so you've been working hard towards this, and you're running a farm as well, right? So put them at one side. What you're talking about now is building something that actually the like part of the reward or what comes back from the actual tokenomics can actually be put to good use as well. So you're saying about actual physical projects that you would look at,
yes,
that being used into physical world projects, and,
yes.
and this is something that like talking to Kryptonian just earlier, like saying it's really good when you've got crypto and then you've got real world projects and you're tying the two together. So if that's part of the ethos of what you're doing, then it can only be good, really.
Well, I mentioned to Chris the other day, because we rear calves, right? So we don't have the dairy, we just rear the calves for the farmer. But the heifer calves are good because we obviously get paid for doing the heifer calves. But the bull calves, I try and create a market for them. So then, they not only, I know the chances are the farmer would probably keep them alive anyway, but because they're sort of committed to that with their supply of milk, but it becomes a very costly strain on their business. And so it just is not economically viable for most of the time, probably 90% of the time, when you're talking about the long-term view over the last 10 years, there's really, we've been doing this. There's only been 2 periods of time that have been any good in rearing bull calves, where you turn a profit. And that's buying milk at wholesale price and that. So we get it at the best price we can possibly get it. But right now, the way the pricing works is that I'm just going to use round numbers here, but it costs us about $600 to rear a bull calf. But the value of that calf at the time that we finish rearing it is $250 at the moment. And so there's a very large loss. And that's where when at the end of last year, when I set up Cause of the Calves NFT, the market wasn't as bad as what it is now. And then we went through a little bit of a good cycle at the end of COVID stuff, where we're actually, making about $100 a calf. And then now it's well and truly slid back. And right now we're into sales because I don't have the land to keep them. I've only got a small farm. And so, you know, they're doing nothing but costing us money again. So that's the idea of the cause of the calves, and the utility token of calf token was to, you know, utilize the cause of the calves NFT project to, you know, it is real life. There's nothing like, it's not a DeFi project as such where you know, like you get the degens out there that are doing whatever they're doing. You know, like I know you can still trade it and do the same stuff. There's nothing different there, but the way the tax structure I have on calf token that's going to come up is that if people choose to put a portion of that tax to the farm project, then that's great. But if they choose to put it to their own pockets, well, that's great too. That's their choice. But that's the only revenue streams from that side of it. The other revenue that is potentially there is from the NFT sales, which like a promotional type draws that I do every week that we've been doing since January. And, you know, there's in our split of the revenue from that, there's like about 20% or something that is in a treasury wallet for the farm project, which hasn't been sold out yet because it's just not the time, you know, like the chart's just not good to do that. And if hopefully one day it becomes sustainable enough where you can actually form a red candle and not create a problem. But at this stage, no. But of course, you know, that's the idea of setting up a project and real life stuff. It just takes time, and you just got to keep, you know, building it to hopefully get, you know, some sort of support out there that turns it into something that's more sustainable. But every token has the same issues where they've got to come up with something to encourage people to buy. It's a hard thing to do, but one aspect of what we do is definitely real life. You know, and I show that in my videos every day. I've got some new video content today, like just about every other day I do it. Live streaming pretty much every day of the week. I had last night off, but I'm doing every night of the week, and on Mondays generally we're doing 2. So you know, we're certainly pumping out the hours on content. We don't really get a lot of views, but you know, it's a small project doing its thing. It's a niche type thing when you start talking animal ethics and stuff like that. But you know, it's not everyone's cup of tea is to have things to do with real life projects. When some people love the more G-Geny sort of DeFi stuff, and that's fine. You know, like of course there's a project for everyone, but yeah, that's where we're heading to, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Great. So I'm just saying. I'm just saying for myself. Well, you can't see that, but it's like 2:15 in the morning. So I'm thinking about like ducking off now. But is there any last question that anybody wants to ask before I do disappear? Or
no, Steve, I'll be looking forward to that. The AMA you guys are going to have here. Is it next week?
No, it's this week. It's going to be a few hours. It's going to be, well, the 27th. It's on the same day as the big AMA for Vulcan.
Oh, great.
But it's 2 p.m. UK time, which is actually going to be quite a few hours before.
I think it's like what 9 a.m.
Yeah, 9 a.m. New York time. It will be. So it might be a bad time for anybody on the West Coast or whatever. So
they sleep till noon anyways. But
but yeah. So we're doing it for Thursday. You know, and then so please tune in. We'll be sending out a few tweets and everything about it as well. So. But I just wanted to say, Chris, that thanks for inviting us to the show, and yeah, it's we should have been on sooner.
Yeah, and you have an open invite if you have anything that comes up. Even if it can't wait till Sunday, whatever, we can just turn the cameras on and just go. So if you have anything, any kind of information that you want to put out there,
yeah,
I would be more than happy to be the purveyor of that information. So
Yeah, and I'm going to say one last time, it definitely is about community, you know, and now out of the ashes, you know, we can have like a good community that comes together, and we're talking like everybody that cracks on and wants to do something good in crypto, and that's what we're talking about.
Yep.
Crypto is not a bad thing; it's a good thing, and that's what we're working on. So thanks, guys.
Good seeing you, Steve.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
Well, I'll let you get rid of me. You can get rid of me there. So
take care, Steve.
I'm trying to find my mouse.
See you later, Steve.
Sister.
But yeah, I'll go as well because it's 9 o'clock. Yeah, time to start doing something today.
All right, Matt. We appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, we know you're still in bed, man. So roll out this time and
Yeah, I'll say, you know, I've been watching as many lives as I can. It was so fun to watch the crazy stuff that happened, especially when On-Chain came on. That was funny.
It was a good time.
But
well, I appreciate
anyway,
you not insulting my IQ as some do. So I appreciate you. All right, we'll see you soon.
You've got to understand.
All right, man. Well, good luck on the development, and we'll be watching. So we'll see you soon.
Take care, Matt.
Take care, buddy.
All right, thank you. Bye bye.
All right. So how about that? Cosmic Force. We talked about Safugo.
So what are they doing on their blockchain? Is it like I know they're doing gaming stuff, but like is it like a blockchain that we know a blockchain that you're going to have projects and stuff, or I'm sure you guys are covered whatever it is, but I'm just trying to figure it out. What does it do?
Well, I think it's for the gaming aspect of it.
Yeah.
For Cosmic Force. That's what I think that the gist of the whole conversation was about how they were going to launch. Now it's a layer 1. Did he say a layer 1 blockchain?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be a layer 1.
Yeah, it's a layer
on
1.
Avalanche.
Yeah.
So,
well, he said he's not sure on what yet, but
I think he was saying like 80% sure, but
yeah, 80%.
So I think
they certainly got a lot going on.
Oh yeah, it's pretty exciting too. Some of the things that he talked about. See, I'm more of like a regular gamer type, you know, not much about crypto and things that he was talking to me about. I was like, okay, I can get on board with that. But one of the questions that we had, and I didn't get them they were getting off and everything like that. I didn't get a chance to that. But Darwin the Turtle brought this up earlier, and what do you guys think about Nick talking about stables and that being a damper to rebasing?
I didn't even hear him say that. Man,
what does that mean? The stable coins, like, I don't understand that. I mean, I'd lean on you guys for what exactly Nick is talking about on them, or Bob and Steve, they could explain it a little bit better, but I'm confused by that. So Nick's talking about stables, and that being a dampener to rebasing. So would that mean that turning off rebasing or on the new blockchain it wouldn't rebase? Is that?
I'm trying to find his message about the stables. It's kind of hard for me to like say anything if I didn't see it.
Now I saw a screenshot.
I'm searching through his messages.
So what's the latest sort of thoughts about Nick doing what he's doing? Like, what are you guys saying about that at the moment?
Well, I think at this particular moment, when it comes to Nick, I can only go by what the perception is of him in the public, because the things that Nick talks about and stuff, I don't really understand that. I don't. I mean, I'm not gonna, lie to the audience.
I'd be in the same boat.
Yeah, I mean, when like with this question here about talking about stables and I don't know what that means. And but so there's a couple of things that I have concerns about. And hopefully all this would be addressed in his AMA. But the 300 million tokens or coins that the treasury would have. Okay. I mean, is this all being changed? Because why does the treasury need that much? And then why is there a tax to the treasury? And then on top of that, is the way these tokenomics are set up, wouldn't Brian still like hold like a quarter of those treasury tokens, this like 75 million of those? I mean, is this legitimate concerns, or is this stuff that, hopefully Nick brings this stuff up and talks about it and these things change? But those are the things that I see from what I've read conversation wise. I mean, that's a huge deal to me.
Like I said, the taxes on the actual coin never really made sense to me. Somebody brought that up as well before. Taxes never really made sense to me on a coin. Again, most blockchains make their money, like actual revenue, off the taxes on the main DEX. That's usually them who launched the blockchain with the DEX. That's usually how it works. Whoever owns the blockchain most likely throws out a DEX, because you can't trade without a DEX. And nobody's just going to magically just make a DEX on your blockchain and they have no clue if it's going to be successful in that, right? Like, nobody's going to do that. So likelihood is whoever puts out the blockchain is going to put out a DEX. So why not just like tax the actual DEX token, and that's it? That's where all your transactions, that's where everything's going to be happening anyway, right? So I never understood it. A treasury taxes coming off a coin, like a lot of stuff really, now that you look back on it, it really don't make a lot of sense.
It doesn't, which is why when we were offered tax as far as note holders, a portion of the taxes for light note holders and full note holders. That's the only reason why I jumped into it, and many others that understood what that meant.
See, that's what I thought. That's my point, is that I thought that part was, but I don't understand the treasury getting that and getting that amount of Vulcan. I mean, I don't understand how these things work. And I don't know if this is something that, is this something that Nick's going to discuss or something? But here's the tweet.
Yeah, he's going to discuss it. And he's going to discuss my understanding, he's going to discuss, okay, the State of the Union. This is where we're at. We already know how we got here. Okay, that he didn't have to beat that dead horse. He can highlight a little bit, but this is where we're at, and this is where what the end game is. He's going to have to lay out the case on how we can get to a launch and be sustainable, and that's going to be, in my opinion, a reorganization, a restructuring of the tokenomics. I mean, across the board. Yep. At the end of the day, and that's gonna, and I hope that it includes taxes to the nodes. If they, at the end of the day, if they are taxing, which is unheard of, the coin itself, and if the market decides to buy into this thing with taxes on the coin, which is kind of it's not very appealing, honestly. I'm not going to buy, a coin that has taxes on it, but if that's the case, there's plenty of that's going to mean that they can pay the node holders, both full and light holders, a portion of that. I mean, because that's where it's coming from. Now, if you take, we're just going to be getting the fees from the transaction fees. Transaction fees aren't a big deal if we had 50 nodes. We've got 500 full and 1,500 lights. Trying to divide transaction fees amongst all those nodes is ridiculous. That's where I got the 1,000 days before I see my return. Now it looks like 10,000 or 5,000 days or whatever it is. I'll still get something if it launches and is and it continues to generate some volume, but it's nowhere near what I thought it was going to be. And someone like a NR Legend who put hundreds of thousands of dollars in this thing. You got to think about this. Someone like an NR, the guy is a mover and a shaker. He doesn't just throw money at something. Everything he does is strategic. It's got method. He's got methods to it. He's a very, very keen businessman. I know him personally. The guy he's a mover and a shaker. For him to throw that much money into this is because of what was told him. He just doesn't just throw money around. Okay. And so in my opinion, and I know, and it isn't just my opinion. I think many are beginning to wake up to this. That look, we sold these nodes out. The nodes got sold out in seconds. Follower, how many seconds was it? Do you remember?
5 seconds.
I don't know, 30 something seconds, whatever.
Yeah,
30 seconds.
Crazy.
So the only reason why these things sold out in seconds, Chris and Keith Fowler, is because those of us had a choice to make. Do I just cash out my Safu, or do I buy a node that's actually going to pay me part of the taxes? Those sold out in seconds. That same energy, right, that was used to buy out these nodes, and it was just to raise money, right? If you go back to why they did it, it was a fundraiser. They didn't, because you don't sell nodes. Look, at the end of the day, if the team wants this blockchain to be just as successful as just back to, or I would say to have the same energy that they had when those nodes sold out, they're going to have to make it right, because the community is what bought those and brought that energy level. If they want that same success to come at launch, they need to right the ship at the end of the day, because there's no one left. No one's looking at this project. It's us. It's the OGs, if you will. And if they right the ship, I think if they right the ship, they make it right. They make us whole back to what they offered us at the very beginning. I guarantee you're going to see a community re-energized. All right. You're going to see so much onus, from the community back again, because we're going to bring that same level of energy and passion that we used to get them to the Vulcan blockchain and having and building. What I mean is building what they're building now and having all this, this, I guess, the progress they've made up to this point. But the point is that they need to make it right. If they don't, I don't see where the energy is going to come from, the momentum. I don't see where the confidence is going to come from, because the community itself, and we are the community, remember, and it always comes back down to they need us more than we need them. And so I think hopefully Nick and the rest of the team, they understand that this isn't just something we made up. We've got calculator, we've got spreadsheets, we've got a lot of information that proves that that's what was offered to us. And I bring it back to NR, the guy dropped a ton of money on this only because we thought we were getting the taxes, but anyways, so can they do it? If I would say if there were no taxes on the actual Vulcan like they have now, right? Because there is, what is the taxes now? 5%, 10%, or whatever it is. I think it's
total.
Yeah, total
5%.
So let's say it's 5%. Okay, if they take away the taxes, they heavily rely back on the gas fees. Then yeah, it would not make sense at all for them to get 10% of that. But if they're already charging taxes, they can absolutely, if they still stand to make a ton of money. Giving us 10% is what they were going to give us. Of the 100% of taxes they were going to take, we were going to be getting 10%. They can still make a ton of money for the blockchain and make us whole, and everybody will be happy.
See, and I hope that we've explained that part, because I got questions still.
We're going to talk, and Chris, just so you guys know, we will be talking more about this tomorrow on our live. And are going to be going live tomorrow. We're going to talk heavily about the taxes. We'll go into more detail and hopefully bring real numbers and kind of a better understanding of where we're coming from. So I mean, I know I'm kind of highlighting some things. I'm just kind of giving you my this is my passion tonight, but we'll talk numbers tomorrow. Because this isn't going away. It's not going away. Go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
Well, see, and this is another concern that I have, because I mean. Man, just the fact that man, Brian, I cannot put my mind around it and everything like that. And I think that this AMA that Nick is gonna do will be very helpful. But this tweet right here is something that I saw that it came across, and here's Brian replying to Nick, and lead the troops to victory. I mean, it just seems like Brian's not going to go away, and he didn't give up anything or anything like that. Now I'm going to believe Nick, and I'm going to I'm going to give Nick the benefit of the doubt for the AMA and everything like that. But I just want to highlight that this is the kind of, and if Nick is having to deal with this and everything like that, I don't want to put this on his shoulders or anything. but you know, Brian just is acting like he ain't going anywhere to me. And he says that he's not a part of it and everything like that. I mean, how much of us really truly believe that Brian is not a part of any of this stuff? And I mean, if we do, convince me, please, because I want to. And you know, and if he's not, then this really puts Nick in a bad spot.
Now, if Nick replies, so I have the way I would look at this is if Nick replies and says, "You got it, boss," or "I'm on it."
I mean, Nick is probably not going to reply to anything that Brian says. But,
right, which is good. But if he does, then we know, check that one box off. But the way I see Brian and what he's doing is, at least in that regard, you know, he's just trying to look for some sort of validation,
relevance, or
relevance in a sense. And as long as remember, it comes back down to this, you know, community. Brian needs us more than we need him. If everybody just stopped tuning into that guy, he goes away. He's looking for
disciples, man.
What's that?
He's looking for disciples.
Yeah, he's looking for disciples, right? Yeah, because he thinks he's the greatest marketer. No, you're the greatest freaking wash trader, bro.
I got kicked out.
Yeah. So did I, right? He's definitely not a master marketer. He's just a car salesman. No pun intended to the car salesman, but you know, no offense to you guys, but he's selling Hondas, man. You know, and you know, pulling up in a Mercedes. You know what I mean? And the fact is, we all paid for the damn Mercedes. This was so fucked up about it. But yeah. So I think he's going to continue to do that. And so long as there's no, in my opinion, Nick doesn't reply to the guy, that doesn't mean anything other than he's not replying to him. But if Nick says, "Got it, I'm on it, yes sir," or whatever, then we know, you know, it is what it is. But you know, look, it comes back down to belief. All right, we want to know that we know he's out, and the only way that we're going to believe, we go from belief to knowing that Brian's not involved, is if he's in jail. As long as a man's walking around freely, we're always going to have that doubt he's pulling the strings somewhere. So we've got to. So with that being said, we have to give the existing team now, the current team now, we have to give them the opportunity to tell us what they're going to do, but first show us. Okay, let's give them the opportunity to show that this thing happens. Because look, even if Brian is not involved, let's say he's not. So I'm going to play 2 sides here. Let's say he's 1,000% out. He's just trying to be relevant, and the chain, they give us taxes back, and the chain is success. It launches. What do you think Brian's going to do? Guys, I brought Vulcan. Vulcan's my idea. You know, I'm the one that created it. It's doing great because of me. Even though he doesn't get anything from it, he's going to use it to launch his next scam. Look at, you know, I created Vulcan. So he's always going to do that. That's just his personality. Now, if he is involved, time will tell, and time's running out. Because, you know, if he is involved, we're going to see exactly what we've been seeing from Safu all the way to SGO. We're going to see the Schmidt group come in and you know, and Goblin. We're going to see the manipulation 100%. Go ahead.
So now on that part about the Goblin and all that kind of stuff, I understand that we had that video, or I had that video and I played it, and evidently I got one that was a little bit altered and all that kind of stuff. So what I did was I got the correct one, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to play that right now, and it's about 4 minutes long. I want you guys to watch it, all that kind of stuff. See what we're talking about, because this is supposed to be the updated one. I have a couple other videos. They're shorter, a lot shorter, but I'm going to play this one now so we can all just check it out and you can see what they're talking about. Has to do with Goblin and the fire pit and all that kind of stuff. So check this out, and we'll be back when it's done.
One person, one lucky millionaire, that this is what this whole thing's about, is creating millionaires, right, people? So it's going to be one lucky millionaire that is going to be able to unlock this wallet, this promotion of $1 million worth, all right, by literally completing a seed phrase. we had a treasure pit promo of $1 million. We chucked $1 million worth of Safu in the treasure pit. And then some scrupulous character named Goblin, who people believe is me for some ungodly fucking reason, okay, and think that I even would have the audacity to rug a project or rug a promotion or use a promotion that I've created for the holders, created for you guys. I didn't create it for me. I was never Goblin. It's just bullshit, right? OS says, will a ghost of the past be involved in any new project of yours in the future? Will Ghost of the Past, is that a name? Ghost of the Past? Yeah, it's a name. Will Ghost of the Past, or Ghost, must be a name, Ghost of the Past. I don't know who the hell that is, Ghost of the Past. So I don't even understand this question. Will Ghost of the Past be involved in any new project of yours in the future? So it has to be a name, Ghost of the Past. And I don't know your question, I'm sorry. So if you want to maybe rephrase it or re-ask it again so I can understand it. But yeah, sorry.
There's more!
So Brian in his one of his second to last AMA says, I don't even know who Ghost in the Past is. And then you just showed a video where he's replying to the guy, telling him he's on fire, literally acknowledging the guy. And even Jason's like, hey, you want to join a live? So they obviously know who the hell Ghost of the Past is. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Yep. There's no denying that.
Here's another one that's just 43 seconds. I thought this was a very good one too. So kind of goes on what you were saying.
There was another tweet that I also tweeted out. I'm going to show that quickly as well. This speaks about a few points like accusations made against me. So number one accusation is that Brian owns the top 10 Vol sacrifice wallets or some shit. No, guys, come on. I think even what's his name? Saeed, that was in Dubai with us. I think he's actually one of the top 10. I'm pretty sure. I don't own the top 10. You see what my public wallet is, which is this one here. Okay. That's it. And then the second one is Brian's.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. So
he's not going away, and neither are we. So
yeah. Yeah, and this is one of the things that goes back to my mind, and that's why Nick, I think he's got a really uphill battle, and I really look forward to his AMA on Thursday and everything, what he has done, and I like the way he's talking about presenting the facts and all that, and the plan forward, and even having a vote and all that. But you know, I don't. You guys are smarter than I am, but I thought that Brian gave up everything for Safu, for the council, right? I mean, isn't that what that whole thing was? And then he comes back.
Well, you thought he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was gone. He has nothing to do with Safu, and the council has it now. And it was like, okay, all right. And we move forward and everything. And it's like, wait, how do you just come back and take it away from the council? I mean, did they just, or he just never was gone?
My thing is, if you don't control the contract, you don't got shit. Excuse my French. Yeah. But like, if you don't have control of the contract, whoever deploys the wallet, deployer wallet, is God of the contract. That just is.
Would that be Yomp God?
Yomp God. Yomp God.
And you're right. You're right though, because whenever he says, guys, I've given it's now a DAO, and how he fucking talks.
Yeah, he's like, I did a what they call it, the multi-sig. I gave a multi-sig, but that's just a multi-sig to a wallet.
No,
it's not the wallet.
Right. It's not the wallet. Right.
It's not the wallet. This is just one wallet that's receiving money. Those guys had a set amount of funds to use, but they never really had control of the contract. And if you don't have control of the contract, somebody can just come in and be like, hey, let me change the wallet again. You can change the wallet, the marketing wallet.
It'd be nice if he'd show the actual wallets and then show that transaction from there to the multi-sig and these wallets being zeroed out, with dust in them. And that'd be it. But that didn't happen. They show we have a new wallet, money received. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? A blockchain? I don't know. I didn't even look.
So I wasn't shocked. I wasn't shocked when he, like TCL say, dude came and stole a DAO. On the outside, yes, that's what it looks like. It looks like he came and stole a DAO. But in actuality, he never gave it up.
True. Yeah, he never did.
So here's another segue. Thank you for that segue into this one, because I find this one to be absolutely hilarious. It's only 17 seconds, but just listen to what he says.
This little like thing, this little thumbs up thing, just press that. Do it for me right now. Thank you. Okay. And then leave a comment on this live stream once it finishes, like an actual comment, and let the algorithm do its thing. And that's all we can do, right? So until next time, guys, thanks so much. And
that was his last live. I was actually kind of feeling sorry for. Well, I wasn't feeling sorry for him. I was actually, for a moment, because I am human.
He's sorry with his pockets full of your money.
Yeah. Well, I'm watching him do this. His comeback AMA, and he goes through his elevator pitch, which has worked time and time again. And this time, all his comments and questions were just calling his ass out. And to watch him go through, like, you can see him scrolling through them going, oh, okay. And he had to apologize. There's a lot of fudders in there. No, so in other words, he's calling the entire community that he built fudders. The only ones that were actually, I think, giving him any positive comments were himself and his mods and his paid subscribers. I've been in the Yomp, but I think I'm still in there as one of my alt accounts, and it's just crazy, just the way they just praise this guy. Oh, he's going to do great things. He's an amazing guy. And I'm like, man, how much are you being? Well, they're paid probably dollars or whatever from Fiverr or something. But the fact is that people actually fell for that shit in Safu. And SafuX and SGO, because that's what's been in the Discords. We got like 20,000 Discord members with Vulcan. What was it like? We went from like 5 to
Nick is saying 18K. So 18. He's saying 18K. I don't believe it. I think it's maybe like 5. Maybe.
Yeah, 5. Right, because all of a sudden it was just a jump. Right, we know he paid for those subscribers. There is no activity, interaction or anything going on.
And just the fact that that's been allowed to just go unchecked, and understandingly, the newcomers that come into the Discord and go, wow, 20,000 subs, 18,000 subs, what am I missing? But and that's just,
I'll tell you what you're missing. Money.
You didn't miss anything. You're not missing money because you just got here, right? We're all missing money. But whenever we would ask questions like, "Hey, are these subs real?" Boom, banned, right? But it's good to watch him lie in the bed that he's made for himself and shit on his bed, shit on his own bed. He's having to lay in his own feces. The truth is, there are going to be some that jump into the yomp when he launches it. But it ain't gonna be this guy.
FOMO.
Yeah, it's gonna be some FOMO, and it's gonna be unfortunate. He's gonna find a new following. Unfortunately, the difference is it isn't the same following that he once had, because I believe this particular community is the last of the Mohicans. We're like, that shit ain't happening to us again, and we're gonna tell others and others and others and others to stay clear of people like that. Which is why I believe this is how I think where the self-regulation comes in, because if we say enough as a community, not only just say it, but we demand it, like we freaking demand this shit go away. I think we can change the space, and it even comes down to what's going on with Vulcan. So for those of us, I know they're going to be talking next week about the new tokenomics. We've got taxes on the board again for the note holders. At the end of the day, we have every right to demand it because this is what was sold to us, at the end of the day. And we can make or break this project. I'm sorry to say, Vulcan, you need us more than we need you. And you make this right, or we'll make another way, in other places, in other ways. So you just do the right thing, do right and fear no man. So when I say that now, do right and fear no man, the whole time they were fearing, everybody was fearing Brian Legend. They don't want, what is this guy going to do? Not that I don't think the team was probably, maybe, I don't know. I don't know anything about the team other than I don't say they were afraid of him. They were probably afraid of his asses walking away with the money. Like, don't piss him off. He'll leave, and I need my paycheck, because he had access to the treasury in its entirety. So, but hopefully that changes now. Thursday is it when this next AMA for Vulcan's going to be. Let's see what happens. I think this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where men are made, right? We're going to see who has brass balls and who just has freaking tight, aluminum balls in this regard. And if Nick, and I believe, I don't know, belief is the enemy of knowing. I believe he's going to come with the plan, and it's going to be laid out, and it's going to get chewed up. We're going to look at it, tear it apart. And I think we're going to be able to go, we like this, we don't like that. And then we're going to come to some sort of resolution that says, okay, this is what we want. Let's move forward. I just want it to move forward regardless.
Right.
God dang it. A year and a half of my life, I need to see this damn thing launch, just launch the damn thing, so I can close this freaking chapter in my life and move on. But hopefully I don't move on. I want to move forward with the community. But anyway.
Well, the one thing that I wanted to do with these videos and stuff like that, I just want to be very clear is this is not bashing on Nick or the Vulcan community or anything like that. This is bashing on, and what I've tried to been establishing is the king of the egg yolks. Is that what we're calling him now? I mean, the king of potatoes or whatever, but that guy. Because it's that guy that's the problem, and with Nick and everything like that, we don't know the extent and Vulcan and all that kind of stuff, and the other partners and all that. But it's just to highlight that Nick has an uphill battle right now. So hopefully he can pull, bring some good stuff to the table and everything like that, and really bring this home. But I am concerned about the way the tokenomics were, about the 300 million, all that, I mean, well, I don't understand any of that stuff. And so that Brian's walking away from his portion of that, really, I mean, can you possibly imagine that he would actually do that? So I don't know, but Nick's got a tough way to go. Hopefully it works out well, and hopefully he's got himself protected and he's protected the community and everything. And I really look forward to Thursday. And I'm going to give Nick the benefit of the doubt. He seems like he's a good person. I mean, I can only go by that, because when they start talking about blockchains and different things, that you pretty much lose me, because I don't know.
Well, every single thing that he says is going to be scrutinized. There's no doubt about that. It's going to be under a magnifying glass and just really, really torn to bits. There's just no other way around it. They're going to be really exposed if they slip up.
You know what that tells me, guys, about you got the way I see this, because I talk to a lot of high level executives, right? C-level executives, as I like to call them. And man, the shit shows they've got to deal with whenever they come in, and the guys that get ousted have just completely ruined the company. It's on the verge of bankruptcy. Employees are leaving, but they've got to rebuild this company to make it profitable again, to get it to either be flipped or whatever, pay the bills. But I'll say this: the common denominator of the people, of the CEOs or the presidents, the VPs that come in, they know what they're walking into. And they have a choice. They're like, I can go into this thing, give it my best shot, be successful, and I'm going to look like a champion. I took something that was a shit show and made it the golden goose, or I'm going to ruin my career. I'm going to go down with this ship. I like to think, I don't know, I like to believe that Nick is looking at this going, yeah, this is a shit show, but I see something here. What does he see? It's a blockchain. Ain't nothing special. Sorry, it's not. It's just a blockchain, guys. It's nothing special. What made it special is the community. That's where I think Nick is coming from. He sees the community behind it, the year and a half of just all this momentum pushing wanting this thing to get launched. So the way I see it is, I see him walking up to this door, going, to this building, going, oh, it needs some work. I'm going to give it a shot, and it's either going to make me look like a champion, or I'm going to go down with this ship. As long as he goes down with the ship, I'll respect him. Meaning what I mean by that is, if he gave it his best try, he's been completely transparent, he's given all the best ideas, and it still doesn't work, at least he tried. I can respect that. But to just walk away, I won't respect that. And the fact that he's actually walking through the door trying to make it happen, it is I think admirable. And I want to bring up E-Train's comment.
Hold on one second. I just want to for Sky High, and that's another reason why this whole thing with this what are the immortal words of in our legend? What did he call him? Oh yeah, a dickhead.
Yeah, he's a dickhead.
What this dickhead's doing with that name is just a spit in the face to what the Royal Marines and all service people, past, present, and future, do. And this is, you take that name, a name that they would use, and you use it in some type of just degenerate type, where you have a god and a queen and disciples and all that crap. So yeah, this bothers me even more for that reason. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
You too, man. You too.
I was gonna say, when it comes to Nick, man, I look at it like this. Yeah, I definitely want him to, give it his best, right? Give it his best. But I think this is where I have like some faith, even though I'm still kind of on the edge. Like I'm still on the edge with everything, because there's just some things that just still ain't lining up. And I'm hoping Nick can even, reveal some of the stuff to, calm people. But overall, when it comes to developing this blockchain and the issues that we still have on the blockchain, like a certain amount of wallets and stuff like that, when it comes down to it, even if let's say we get the thing launched, if those wallets are not blacklisted, or they find ways to dump in or whatever, some crazy, right? Like something's not, doesn't add up, where we're like, oh, I thought we handled this, right? If the investors is or us in general as a community sit back and be like, oh, I thought we handled this, right? Who is that going to fall on? I think it'll probably fall on Nick, if anything, because if Nick is part of the development of this blockchain and he's constantly, telling us like, hey, we're going to take care of this, we're going to take care of this and take care of this, because he's doing it. He's saying the right things. He's saying the right things. Now it's about doing the right things, right? So, again, I think Nick is a very smart guy. He has the reputation. I truly believe that he's going to actually give it his best, because he does have a reputation to uphold. I think he also notices that, the way that we've come out on Brian Legend, he understands that if we end up to a point where we do this and we're like, I thought we handled this, he understands that there'll be a lot of people coming to be like, coming after that reputation. That's where I think where we're kind of, that's why I'm kind of like, I have this push and pull, because it's like, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that I just don't know, like the founders and all stuff. Like, Brian Legend still like creeping around and stuff. Like, there's some stuff that kind of bothers me still. But with Nick at the helm, it kind of does make me feel a little bit better.
Yes.
But at the same time, like, he says his reputation is everything, but there's a lot of people.
You know what he also says is everything, Fowler?
Yeah.
His family.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime I've heard this man speak, it hasn't been a lot, but anytime I catch him on a live, and it's been within this community, or even in Twitter or something like that, I see him post some comments. He talks about his daughters, or his daughter.
Daughters.
Okay? Daughters, right? So that tells me, because I have daughters, that everything that I do as a man, as a father, will affect my daughter sometime in their life. Mm-hmm. So if I shit the bed, they will have to clean it up eventually.
Right.
All right. So, and I know that. So everything that I do in life and business and in management of my relationships and my friendships, I'm always considering the legacy that I leave for my family. I just don't see someone like a Nick who would want to do that to his family. Okay. So I'm not, I know you know that. I'm just saying, so that gives me a bit more confidence in him.
Certainly not deliberately.
Right. Or not deliberately. I mean, anything can happen, of course. And look, and I want to back to what E-Train. Sorry, Fowler, I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro. Were you?
Well, one other thing I want to do right before you go to that is I want to bring up with Nick also too. You go to his Twitter, and I've listened to quite a few of his Twitter spaces about other projects. But the things that he's doing and the things that he talks about and everything like that, you get a better understanding of who Nick is. And I agree with Kryptonian. I think that Nick, in the big picture, I think he needs a lot of help. I think he needs a lot of support from people like Bob and stuff. I mean, I don't know the knowledge of Nick and Bob and everything like that, but it seems like they could be very helpful to each other. And I'm sure Nick's got, people, but to me, Nick comes across as he wants to make the world a better place. And I commend that, and it might be, I might be totally wrong, but check out his Twitter spaces. But go ahead.
Yeah. So E-Train says a lot of note holders sold their nose due to this. He's talking about the taxes being taken or stolen from us. They weren't taken; they were stolen from us. Like it was just like that. Okay. So why you choose to stay? I guess he's asking about the existing note holders, those for the light and the full. It has a lot of shaking points. I guess he's talking about the existing project. Still have to run them out of pockets for VMs, of course, and still risky even with Nick. So you're right, E-Train. So, like you still have to run them out of pocket. So understanding this, I can spin up a VM right now. I can go jump on another network, and I can be part of an existing blockchain. And let's say I join the top 100. I become a validator for this particular blockchain. Any blockchain that I want to jump, well, not any, but there's tons of them out there. I can do that out of pocket. Okay, out of pocket. The difference is I didn't have to send that blockchain or the founders of that blockchain $50,000 or 50,000 Safu or whatever, 12,000, whatever it was. Was it 12,000 for the nodes? I didn't have to buy to join the list, essentially, to be a validator, which is exactly what we did for this particular blockchain. And because we didn't know any better. We just thought this was, well, I to take a step back,
I think many of us knew. What made it actually enticing and made it like, you know what, this is worth the shot. I'll buy into this because we were getting some of the taxes. That's what made it worth it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have done it. Transaction fees, nah. 500, nah. It is. I'll just go I'll go jump on a Cosmos, another blockchain on Cosmos somewhere. So, but that's what was sold to us. So, and with that being said, look, even if they right this ship, E-Train, they give us what we originally asked for or was signed up for, not asked for, what we signed up for, and everything lines up. The stars line up. The chain's about to launch tomorrow. Everybody's happy. We're in the bull run. That still doesn't guarantee the success of this blockchain. The markets will decide that. All right. So nothing ever goes as planned. So you have to plan for everything. Well, all we're asking for is give us the opportunity we were sold, or give us the rule. Give us the playbook that you sold to us that we invested in. So that way we can start from there, because we all knew going in this was going to be a risk. We know, nothing's guaranteed. No project is guaranteed. We just want the same rules applied that when we first jumped into this thing. We didn't like that everything was changed on us like that. They got our money and then they changed it, and then the guy, is living like buying all kinds of cars and shit. Anyways, you know what I'm saying? It's just things don't really, when you hear the phrase things don't add up. Oh, they add up. They add up to a lot of shit that this guy owns now because of the money we threw at him. So, but yeah, that's my point on that E-Train. I just want nothing's guaranteed is my point on that. We just want this to be made. We want it to be made whole again. So that at least if it fails, we can say at least I got in. It failed with what I started with. They didn't just change the rules on me, or change the playbook. But there you go. What did you say? 2 + 4 1 big family. Damn. For start, I guess I'll read it. For start, they need to unban us all of us. So I guess you guys are still banned in Discord. Is anybody still banned? Yeah. They need to get some liquidity to put in the blockchain running. Yep, they did get some liquidity. That's just it. What do we think? We got like $900,000 right now of liquidity, because they spent some money on some other stuff, I think. Right. Isn't that what it was? Like I put $1 million in there, $1.5 million in there.
Oh, they took they taking some money out of it, but it's still about $1 million.
Okay, about $1 million
change.
And then so I guess it's number. So number one, they need to start to unban everybody, which is true. Number two, they need to get liquidity. That's true. And 3, all the inflation due to the rebase, they need to do something. And Brian will never leave. So yeah, and I agree. Brian's never going to leave. Whether he still has access to the wallets, his wallets that should be banned, that's to be determined. But the guy ain't going nowhere unless he's in jail and he's got access to the internet. Sorry, he's going to be commenting on everything. He's going to be doing lives. If Vulcan is successful because of Nick and the team, Brian will somehow try to take credit for that. We can all agree to that. He's going to say it was me, it was my idea. Had I not ripped you all off, you wouldn't be successful. Had I not beat you up every day, you wouldn't be as strong as you are. I mean, he's going to come up with some freaking, narcissistic, psychotic way of flipping the script. So be ready for that. But the answer to that is the best revenge is to live well. Mm-hmm. Okay. The best revenge is to live. Don't forget the guy, but just don't acknowledge him. All right. Did he have some more? And I do agree with no taxes. It sucks for note holders, but for the project itself and for the price of appreciation to get more people in and adopt the blockchain, that would be the best option. And you're right. You're right. Let's say they do away with taxes altogether. And I'll speak to that. If you're going to take away taxes from the note holders, I want taxes taken away from the token to the coin, 100%. So like every other blockchain out there. All right. Why all of a sudden you get to charge taxes for your coin for Vulcan, but no one else is doing it. That to me is going to be a I don't know, nail in the coffin for the chain. Why? 2 reasons. Why? Because the community that once believed in you will believe in you no longer. So you're not going to get that push that you need to get over that finish line. That's number one, and that's a fact. And number two, the outside community that is not looking at us will not be looking at us because it's tax, because it's a tax token or a tax coin, you know. So I mean, you got two negatives you're looking at, but you can turn this around and you can equal them out. You can cancel them out by giving us what was sold. Let us get behind it and push the hell out of this thing, like we were doing at the very beginning, because everybody was behind this in the community. Everybody was, right?
That's why I don't think, see, and that's the thing. Like, that's the reason why I don't think rebasing is going to work, because in order for this rebasing to really work, you got to tax. That's why they tax, and that's why the coin is taxed. Because before you had because think about it. Remember, they had the tokenomics for Vulcan before they had an idea of the Uxie swap, right? Yep. So it was all pretty much like, oh, we kind of like thought of all these things, and that's like, let's throw in the swap token because, well, we need a swap, right? But now you really look at it, just like you just said, is for most investors, seeing a blockchain tax their native coin is going to be like a no-go. Like, I'm like, why am I paying taxes? There's a transfer tax on top of that. Like, they're not going to, nobody's going to want to build on this. Like, nobody's going to, after you break it all down, you're like, most projects, when they look at how they're going to utilize that Vulcan coin, they're going to be like, it's going to be really hard. That means, you know, I got to, you know, add that into my tokenomics. Like, I got to be mindful of the actual gas token. I mean, the gas coin, it has tax on it. I don't think if this blockchain has to have a whole new tokenomics. And to be honest, I just don't see it with rebasing across the board. That's why I said that the whole thing with the claiming, with the flex and stuff, you can still do flex. That can work. You can actually, I think you could probably work out some tokenomics somehow, some way with the swap token, having that tax and having the coin itself not taxed. I feel like you could figure out some type of tokenomics around that when you just utilize flex, not rebasing across all the wallets, right? But if you're going to have across all the wallets, yeah, you definitely would have to tax the coin itself. But to pretty much make up all that inflation. I think that's what Nick was talking about, and that's what I think what somebody brought up the question about the stables, that screenshot that you brought up. I think that's what Nick is talking about, is the fact that the taxes going back to like maybe like the liquidity or something kind of like buffers that inflation a bit. But I just don't see this working like long term if you're going to do rebasing, and where again, to make this appealing to investors outside of this bubble of ours, they're not the first thing that they see taxes on a blockchain coin. They're like, I can go to any other blockchain and no tax on the coin, gas coin. Right. So that's the dilemma. That's the real dilemma.
Well, the only like carrot was, well, because it rebases, and so you may pay taxes, but you hold it and it's just rebasing in your wallet. Okay, yeah, but we already know how rebasing works.
It's depreciation.
Yeah. It doesn't, unless you've got someone like a Brian Legend wash trading, right? So, but we don't want that. We don't want that.
Or if you have something bringing in revenue, like a lot of revenue on the blockchain,
which is where the projects come in, right? And you got you got just a multifaceted of all walks of life worth of projects. Yeah, I can see it could start to work. But they can't be peppy coin projects. I'm sorry. They have to be real sustainable, not get rich quick projects. I mean, obviously there's going to be some that go up there, some meme coins that jump on there. But I mean, there has to be some long-term project,
I'm trying.
Yeah. We're all trying. Yeah, I mean, you're tying it obviously to your the cat or to the your
real life thing.
Business. Yeah, your real business, right? Yeah, and we're working on projects as well, doing the same thing. Like some eco token.
I know.
Yeah,
I like the idea of tokenization of real estate. That's something I've looked into in Australia, and that's why when I had Milky on the live stream, and he started talking about property flex, and it was like I had a lot of comments that I could make, because I've actually looked into that exact thing in Australia, and at tokenization of real asset, and I like the idea of that, where it's actually backed by something real. It's tangible. It's not just hairy fairy fake stuff. It's actually real, and I like the things that you can that's actually has something behind it, not just talk.
Exactly. We want to be, and you're going to be able to see that via the blockchain, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's where, in my opinion, that's where the mass adoption is going to come in. Because if you tell somebody, hey, if you go buy a token, you go buy the next Pepe coin, you're going to be a millionaire. I mean, just think about the gamers. These guys they know technology. They sign up accounts left and right. They have every freaking app known to man on their phones, and then they don't even like to go and set up wallets and join purchase on a DEX and do swaps and all that. Imagine, my aunt, Ramona, or whatever, trying to do the same thing. She's like, 70-something years old doing. I'm not doing that. It's too much. But if we can get the institutional investors, the Fidelities, the banks, because that's who's going to come in and kind of just inject all this capital into the space more. We already know they're in, but they're going to do a lot more, because they're the ones that are going to be setting up, making it easy for the consumers to buy crypto. If you think about, they're already doing it. Chase is coming out with a way to do it. Fidelity, what is it? Who was it? Robinhood. You can buy. Yeah, they're already doing it. But the challenge is we just have too many BLs in the community, man, that are scaring the hell out of those guys that go, why would I want to bring everyone else's money when we got guys like that, because it's not regulated. And then we get into regulation, but you know how I feel about that. But there's definitely a lot of work to be done. But I think what we can do, Keith, and Fowler and those of us that want to actually build like real world, bring some real projects to the space. When I say real projects that have real world ties to real assets, I think we just do it, man. And we just show them that it can be done, show proof of concept. And I think it's going to catch on, Oh yeah, how one man stole millions in crypto and still is on the loose.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight this by Ryan. I think it's like Pierce. This is a Medium article. I put it in the chat if you guys want to check it out. It's bringing information to light here about the whole history of that guy. So it's it starts back with Fitrova and goes through. And just so that you guys know, if you ever hold a weapon of any kind, please be smart enough to not have your finger on the trigger.
There's just
even when you are making a stupid picture about whatever this jackwagon's talking about, but please keep your finger. It's trigger control. Keep your finger off the trigger unless you're downrange and you are willing to destroy whatever's in front of your weapon. So don't
destroy what's in front of you.
Yeah, don't put anything on. Don't put your finger on the trigger ever.
I remember this photo, and me as an I'm obviously I'm in the United States. The Second Amendment is my life. The PPU state, which is Texas. You look at my poster back here. I'm amosexual. You want to know what that means? At the end of the day, I obviously like firearms. It's my thing, the Second Amendment. And when I see someone like this, who supposedly is a genius and puts his fingers on the trigger like that, what an idiot, man. What an idiot. You don't look cool, bro. I'm sorry. And anytime I see someone looking like that, sporting a pistol like that or guns, they just, oh my God. It's like what, I don't know. It's just, he's compensating for something, man.
It's funny though, because like in Australia, like I have my fair share of long arms. We're not allowed to have pistols.
Pistols, yeah.
You got to be a member of a club and do like half a dozen shoots a year and all this sort of stuff, and that's all you can use them for. Whereas you guys are much more free on your firearm stuff because you have a right to bear arms, whereas for us we only have a privilege. But I've got half a dozen and a bit of my long arm stuff, and I'm pushing the envelope now. Of
is that because you're on a farm though, right? Because you actually have
I used to do a lot of shooting before I had a brain tumor, and now the night times have sort of buggered me up a fair bit, and so it makes it a lot harder to be able to do it. But it's that's why we still have it. Yes, of course I'm not going to give them up. I like shooting. But all my stuff is like bigger caliber. So I do have smaller caliber stuff as well. But I'd never take those glory photos. Like standing and posing with a firearm. That's just not me. I don't even have a photo of me with a gun because I don't see it as anything like, wow, I have a firearm. So what? Like it's so egotistic stuff. I know people do it. I get it, but for me, it's just in our culture. It's just not a thing. We have them, but where I live, people drive around with them on their dash and stuff. Like we're in a small country town, and long arms are just normal. All the farmers have them, and that's just the way it is.
Because everything in Australia can kill you, like the butterflies can take you out. You gotta have something, man. Dangerous place, man. Dangerous place.
Yeah. So I just want to highlight this article. Ryan Pierce here. Give him a follow on Medium. I'm not on Medium, so maybe I'll sign up and follow him and everything like that. But it's a good read. Gives you a breakdown of a lot of things, and like I said. Being the crusader of the futters. If you want to learn most of this information, you can easily go into the Coffee and Crypto BroodFi Discord, and you can.
Oh shit! I better join up.
You guys got to see all this stuff. Keith, I know you're in there. What are you talking about? But go in there, check it out. Don't take my word for it. They got it all mapped out. And they'll gladly show you the information that they have. So I just want to highlight that article. I thought that was pretty good, and I think I've shown all the other things. And Keith, I know that you wanted to talk about CAF. I know we got to talk a little bit about it, and then you got hung up with all of our discussions about.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good.
The king of. Are we going to go with the king of egg yolks? Or are we just we're gonna go with the king of potatoes?
King of dickheads.
King of dickheads.
Yeah, I like to call him the penis king.
The penis king. Is that what we're doing here?
And in our likes now.
Just go back a few months. None of you guys would have said anything like this. Come on.
Oh no, I've tried. No, if you go back a few months.
Yeah, I know you've had your issues. Yeah, I know. I get it. I
get some of this,
but it's been a while. No, you've got to admit it's been a wild ride, though. Like
it has been a wild ride
since I started.
You're right, Keith. You're right. I agree with you because me, I was like, I'm serious, man. It's like waking up from a cult, dude. It's
I know.
Waking up from a cult, and
it's been different. The ride's been different for me because, like, I've been on the receiving end of the community has been manipulated, and I've seen this take place in real time where there were certain agendas and allegations made which were completely false, but I just not have any community power to be able to do anything about it, and everyone jumped on me, and because they were driven, because it was all like, look over here while I'm ripping you off over here, and I could see it clear as day, but I just couldn't say anything. No one would listen to me because, like, it's where I was stuck in this world of just like, oh, well, we'll see. We'll just let it play out. And
that guy hangs out with cows all day. Nobody's listening to you because you're hanging out with the cows. So we're all like, whatever.
But it's all good. Like, I forgive and forget. It doesn't matter. Like everyone moves on. We're all allowed to have our journey of learnings, and it's all good. Like, that's why I've got thick skin and I've got shoulders, and I can turn and let that one, like, that's a cricket term, let it through to the keeper, like, it's all good, like, it doesn't matter. And that's Keith, why
I need to add you to the list of a long list of people that I should have been listening to a long time ago.
Yeah, but I never really got into the fuddy stuff that much because I obviously got a project to protect. I didn't want to go I've been a member of Brew for a long time now and all that sort of stuff, but I've never really voiced too much because I'm not in a position to really say too much because there was so much said against me and they had the power. Like, just go back to Prado's live stream when the one shit happened, you know, like he was fed information from the other side, which was false. And I've since found the BSE scan, so I've seen it, and it was a nothing thing anyway. And they used that as like he used that to rally the troops, rally the community. And it was just like, okay. And that's why I was pushing back so much, because it was like, you got to be shitting me. Like what you're talking about is just so full of shit. And yet I could say that, but no one would believe me because he had the power of the community. And, you know, as much as I was trying to, I just couldn't get any pushback. You know, I was pushing back as hard as I could, but I just didn't have the power. Yep. So, you know, obviously it's been a painful last few months, but life goes on. You just deal with what you deal with. And exactly like Fowler said earlier, you know, if you have the deployer contract, you're king, you know, like you're it. I had the deployer contract. It was my contract. And essentially they used the community to leverage it away from me. And for no reason at all. It was purely just manipulated market on that token that forced it away from my hands. And so, well, I just didn't want to fucking deal with it anymore. And I'm just over it. But that took away, you know, essentially I feel like I just got scammed out of my own contract and my own potential of something. And all it did is oh, bullshit, Keith. Oh, yeah, Mega Warzone. He's back. Come on, Mega Warzone. I don't run a petting zoo. The animals are growing up. They, you know, the bull calves end up producing meat. Yes, I know.
It's okay. Hey, don't be getting on Mega Warzone. He's my buddy, man.
I know he loves me. He loves me. I love him too.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm just saying, just chill out. Everyone just does their thing. It's all good. Yeah, I know you watched it go down in Discord. I know, but you were just fed a narrative, and that's all good, you know.
But the key thing is what Sky High says. Our resident philosopher, Sky High, says everyone got played. It's about new beginnings now. Yeah, that's right. We all did. So that's what the whole point of what tonight was, and what I wanted to do is I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that what was going on with the projects that are on the list, how they're pivoting, and how they're moving forward and everything. And then I also wanted to highlight some of the what King of the Dickheads is doing. Not with his token. I could care less about that crap.
It's just been wild.
Yeah, it's surreal, man. Every time I watch it, I have to say that to the Brood fight is when they have a screenshot of something going on with that token. They screenshot it, they put it in there, and they post it. And my immediate thing is, are you guys shitting me? I mean, really? Are you guys like scamming this day? Are you? This really says that in that? Because I won't go in that Discord. I won't have anything to do with the King of Dickheads. So. You know, and I'm like, is this real when they're talking about like the commandments of give me you know what? You're disgusting. You're a disgusting person.
I was in there and I got kicked out for not saying a word. So I don't have any alts. So, you know, I just have the one account, and you know, it's clear as day to see who I am. So,
Terry, Terry, you come on whenever you want, buddy. And you missed a lot, but you know,
Terry's spending time right here though from Monkey Girl, man. What's up, MG?
Didn't you just love her? No?
Yeah,
I mean, she's just awesome.
Keeps it real. Yeah, this is what you missed.
Yeah. So whenever, I mean, if you want to join, Terry's spending time with his grandchildren and all that stuff. So he's been busy, you know. Spending time with family, kind of like what Nick was saying and what Fowler was doing, and all of us were doing, is trying to spend time with family and everything. So yeah, it is super important, and you realize how psychotic some people are on this planet. And if you're not sure who I'm referring to the King of the Dickheads, and you know. He's going to be out there scamming other people and everything like that. And please, any information that I have that I presented, if you want me to send it to you.
You know, one thing that he said, Chris, on his last AMA, I'm talking about the Yomp God, whatever his name is. He admitted that he doesn't have any family. So that scares the hell out of me because it means he has nothing to lose. There's nothing to lose. He doesn't care about what legacy he leaves because he's not going to be affecting anyone else, his friend or his family, whatever, his children. So that means that there is no, I wouldn't say a moral.
He doesn't care about consequences.
He doesn't care about consequences. Yeah. So I mean, me as a father, you know, and of children, you know, of my daughters, right? Everything that I do moving forward, since I've had them, has been to make the world, especially daughters, as a man. You guys know I say this, that I mentioned this many times. When the moment I had my oldest daughter, or my wife did, I didn't have her. I was there, right? She birthed her. I just, it changed my life.
Is that going to be breaking news?
Breaking news,
you
bro.
had a child.
I didn't actually have
you had a child. Are you kind of?
I helped. Help with the nurturing soon after. But you know, definitely when you have your daughter, when as a man, when I saw my daughter, it made me realize, crap, the world is. I already knew the world was kind of dangerous, but I really realized how dangerous the world is, and I tried to make it moving forward as safe as possible for her. And then I had another daughter, and I've got 2 other daughters, so I got a total of 4 daughters, right? That my goal is to make the world a safer place for them. Not that they're not capable, all right, but it is my responsibility as a father to protect my children, not only as they're growing, as I'm rearing them up into adulthood, but to respect the legacy, or to protect their legacy that I'm going to be leaving for them. Because when I'm long and gone, they have to live with, you know, the shit that I've done in my life, good or bad. So that worries me about that guy that has no family because there's no consequences, you know. Hope he finds family, because I think if he had family, he probably wouldn't be doing the shit he's doing.
I think you've hit the nail on the head.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
I want to start wrapping it up. I don't know if Fowler just stepped away, so I'm not sure. Oh, he's just probably doing
back.
I had to step away.
Chewing on some M&Ms.
I heard
Fowler, I stepped away a little earlier because I was eating chocolate chip cookies, and I was like, I was actually doing it online. I'm like,
I haven't eaten anything because I don't want to disrespect you guys. That's cool. All right, well, let's wrap it up because I got.
Well, we didn't do it pride, you know. Could just stayed on camera and just said, chew in your face.
There was only
we need to light up the barbecue.
He's the only one. Pride's the only one in our community that can get away with that shit. All right, the only one, because he did.
I want to wrap this up because I'm sick of all this great stuff that we've been talking about. It's kind of making me like we're about ready to have a group hug or something, and that's kind of creepy to me. So,
but just if I can just say a couple of things, I'm really, really glad that you guys join us on live stream. I know you haven't been on the live, well, Chris has, but the other guys have been in the chat. I know I only have a little show with Chalk and that, but it really means a lot to us that you guys are at least participating and like at least putting your name there. Like it's just nice to,
like I said,
like
I'm always listening, man. I'm always there. You know.
It's like we're only a little project and we're trying to do our little thing. And you know, I'm the first one to admit we've been through our ups and downs. You know, like I get it, and you know, one of those big downs was my own mistake. Yeah, I get it, and I take responsibility, of course. You know, and it's extremely.
That's where
it's extremely embarrassing, but that's just life. You know, Yeah, you know,
well, I'm just gonna be honest with you, Keith. If Chalk wasn't on there, no, I'm joking. No, I love Chalk to death, man. She's the first to keep it real from the very beginning.
Yeah, no, she's been good. Yeah,
no, she's amazing. Really, so you keep great company. So so I appreciate it. But yeah, I'm always listening, man.
We're just trying to, you know, like it's funny with Calf Token because I'm not trying to. My approach is completely different than other people that might run a project that are always trying to sell their stuff. If you choose to buy it, that's great. If not, that's great. You know, like you're free to, that's the beauty about crypto or the markets or your own money. You're free to do whatever you want to do. If you believe in something and you want to have a go, then by all means, you're free to do it. And I know this can seem like a bit of a negative thing for me to say this, but the reality is that it's your money, it's your choice. You do what you want to do. But as far as the project goes, I'm here, I'm trying to do my thing, and I'm trying to instill whatever ethics and whatever I'm trying to do within the project that's outlined, but it's your choice. At the end of the day, purely your choice. It might be a good move, it might not, I don't know. But the thing is that we've been through the worst of times and we're still here surviving. And so if nothing else, that shows you that we've got the resolve and the drive to actually, you know, to get somewhere. And that's what we're trying to do. But, you know, I think the news, like, I really wanted to originally go on to Vulcan. I was worried about the tax structure because, like, it essentially makes you a tax token even if you're not. That was a very difficult thing to try and see how feasible that would be going forwards. And that's why I always entered in a thing of the blockchain's first of all got to be released, but it's got to be stable for my project to look at it, because of course I need to provide the security to a degree that, you know, it's not going to get malicious actions, you know, like which potentially could have happened with all of those top wallets, that could have made the blockchain not stable at all. And now it's starting to look like it's in a more positive place, and hopefully Nick can come out with things which makes it even more positive. But you know, there's a fair bit of water to go under the bridge yet before the two things of my requirements are met, which is obviously that there's a blockchain, which we haven't got yet, and that it's functioning and it's stable, and not getting these crazy price manipulation sort of things that are going to be adverse against people purchasing tokens that are launched on that chain. So, you know, like, but for right here, right now, yes, we've got to move to Grove. But that certain, I've always stated it that we want to be multi-chained, and we're still sacrificed a lot through cause of the calves and obviously personally into Vulcan. So obviously I'm hoping that we get something out of that, as with everyone else, of course, that's invested in it. Chalk has a node in it, so if, you know, she's in the same position as probably what you guys are, where you're invested in that side of it as well. So time will tell what happens. Hopefully we can, if nothing else, you guys should look at us moving to Grove as a positive thing, where we can hopefully build a base where I've got marketing and stuff provided over there, which then if we choose to go multi-chain, once it's launched and it's stable, well then guess what? You get exposure from another community into Vulcan, rather than just launching on Vulcan and just trying to Hail Mary and hoping for someone from somewhere sees us. You know, we could actually attract people to Vulcan, which will again help my bag and your bag, your node, whatever, to produce something. So, you know, I get the comments in the community that calf is like is suckering onto the Safu thing. Well, I designed it all for Vulcan. It was never any other way. We were just setting up for Vulcan. But now, yes, of course it's going to Grove, and that is 100% done. But I still want it to be multi-chain, but that means that we can bring the community back to Vulcan and bring the exposure. So everyone should be looking at, like, even a small project like Calf in a good light of that we're bringing exposure. You know, if you get a blockchain and it's stable and doing all its right stuff, well, then we can expand the view. You know, that's what it's all about. You've got to have everyone do their little bit rather than just someone try and do all the heavy lifting. If you spread it around, you've got a better chance. But that's what we're trying to do, you know.
No,
so
you're right. You from I think from jump, it was built off the Vulcan blockchain. Understandably, I mean, and this is one of the things that we had to consider when we were talking about property flex. All right, we were like, okay, this is a taxable coin. You know, why didn't we immediately get our devs working on setting up, working within the D app and all those things, because we were waiting for the blockchain to launch. So completely understand that. But again, we've pivoted, you know, Vulcan is still an option. It isn't the only option, and it never really was. We're a multi-chain property flex.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yep. And just like with Cosmic Force earlier, He's deciding to go multi-chain, which I like the best. Yes, I would love for him to come over to Prism or Vulcan, whatever, but really Prism as well, specifically. But I would much rather them be set up for success on a grander scale, other than putting all eggs in one basket. So multi-chain, and that's what they're doing. So
I think you just have to. NR's just throwing up the thing about the NFTs because he's an NFT holder. Nothing changes. You're still in the draws just the same. So at this stage, they just stay exactly the same they are, and I haven't even gone down the road of it's really hard to get some dev help. So there's only very limited stuff that I can do, and I need a NFT dev type person who obviously likes as a hobby to do some charity work, because I haven't got the money just to pay for expensive dev stuff to be done. Fortunately, with the original NFT that was set up with Numbers Go Up, and he helped us out with that. And but without that sort of help, but he's obviously in with Dio, and you know what happened there, I'm sure. That's gone by the wayside. So that's where a small project has its challenges, is in dev support. And I tried to do that last time and ended up losing a bit too much hair for it. So but anyway, it just stays the same as it is, and nothing changes at this point in time. But you'll be paid out in Grove or in calf on Grove, but if you have any calf token, obviously you'll be airdropped a new token on Grove, and your reflections will be in Grove, not in calf.
Kryptonian, you got any final words? I know that you gotta hop off here. Yeah. And once you guys are done with your final words, I'm gonna do another video. It's 6 minutes long. And I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna do a final statements, and we'll be done. Cool. So, Terry, I know you got the join kind of late and everything like that, but let Kryptonian final words. Anybody else got any final words, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I just stay. I'm not going to say stay positive, but stay vigilant and inspect what you expect, guys. It's never wrong to ask questions. In fact, you should demand answers at every stage of the game moving forward. Thanks for the time, Chris, and it was a great conversation. I'm looking forward to the next few days, the end of the week here with Nick on the Vulcan blockchain AMA. Keith, good seeing you. Fowler, Terry, good seeing you, man, for a few seconds, and we'll hopefully see you guys on the blockchain Vaders.
All right. So any kind of final words from anybody? Because I'm gonna play this video, and then I have something that I wanna spend a few minutes on, and then we'll end the night. So whatever you guys want to talk about.
I didn't get to say too much about Guys to Gaming because there's still kind of some things I'm still working on. So I don't have nothing structured to really put out. But I can say this is that Guys to Gaming will live on. We do plan on being a gaming blockchain, but that's something that's a big project in itself, and that's going to require a lot of support, right? But as you guys can see, I also have Vulcan Air as well, right? Vulcan Air and Guys to Gaming, as you guys know, have been combined. They're still separate, but they're combined as far as the Discord is concerned. But they do have their two purposes, right? Like Guys to Gaming is going to eventually be a blockchain. It's going to have other things that, again, it's going to have a hub and everything for all the games to kind of coalesce together. It's going to have a, tournament DApp eventually for traditional and blockchain games to utilize. That will, you will be able to hold tournaments and stuff on. A lot of things like that. Some of the ideas that was in the token form are going to go into a blockchain form. So there's a lot of actual ideas that's still floating around for me. But with Vulcan Air is more or less the investment arm of everything, where it's going to be investing in revenue streams, meaning it's either going to develop these revenue streams in itself, or it's going to invest in revenue streams that will generate more revenue, and that coalesce with guys at gaming as well. So they're going to be working. It's going to be working hand in hand. So people who are in Vulcan Air, likelihood they were going to want to, they're going to be incentivized to be part of guys at gaming, and guys at gaming on the other side will be incentivized to be dealing with a lot of the projects that Vulcan Air is going to be dealing with. So a lot of more stuff coming. Just I'm still working on some things, but that's pretty much all I want to say. If people are wondering like why I ain't say anything today, it's mainly because I don't really have anything concrete. You guys know when I bring out information, it's usually concrete. I give you ideas all day long, but I like to have it solidified in some type of white paper format, Medium article or something. And right now I don't have that because again, I'm putting everything together. Everything's got to make sense. The math has to math. And if it doesn't math, even on a basic level, then I can't really put it out. But the ideas I have right now, the basic ones, the surface level stuff, what I'm telling you right now, that's pretty much set in stone. So blockchain, all that great stuff, gonna be there. It's just I have to plan it out where it makes sense on how we get to that goal. So other than that, that's about all I had, Chris.
Awesome, buddy.
That's cool.
Keith, what do you got? You probably.
Oh wait. One quick second, because I see NR Legend just put he said about Prism. Yep. There's a few blockchains that I'm interested in. There's, we got Hedera on there, possibility, AVAX. Again, I work, I talk to Steve with Cosmoforce a lot. So a lot of this stuff, we bounce a lot of ideas and stuff. He bounced a lot of ideas to me. And so when it comes to blockchains, I'm not a blockchain expert. So he's kind of bouncing stuff. So I've told him Hedera. I have on my map Hedera. He's talking to AVAX. AVAX I've been looking at. There's another one he sent me, another blockchain. But then there's also Prism. Kryptonian reached out to me as well. So it's a lot of stuff there. But again, for guys at gaming, it's I have to plan it all out because again, once you put it in stone, you can't really change midway unless you have some serious plans behind those plans to make that type of pivot. So once I set out on this journey, you can't set sail anywhere without having a plan, and that's pretty much how I feel. Like I have to have a plan for all this stuff. So, but yeah, Prism's on board. Prism's on the paper as well. So, I got a lot of things I gotta look up. It's really what's gonna come down to, guys, is really about when it comes to guys and games, because it's a big project, is support. And I'm not just talking about investor support, I'm talking more or less the blockchain's community support. So if it's there, I'm definitely on there. So that's what it's gonna come down to, is really support. And but we got time. And overall, guys, I haven't X'd out Vulcan blockchain as far as having somewhat to what we're going to be dealing with, but as far as building on top of it may not be the thing, because again, it's a blockchain, a gaming blockchain, and we kind of need a blockchain that's kind of going to be geared for what we're trying to do. And right now I don't think Vulcan is the spot, but again, there's opportunity for Vulcan because I do plan on putting tokens. Again, it's going to be multi-chain, just like you hear Cosmic Force. It's going to be same thing with Gacha Game. It's going to be multi-chain, and likelihood is going to be tokens that either whether it's Vulcan Air tokens or it's Gacha Gaming token. They're going to be something that is coming from these projects that I'm developing. So Vulcan is still definitely on the paper for us, but it's just not in the same way that I initially thought of Vulcan initially. Coalescing with guys at gaming. So, but yeah.
Awesome. Keith, you got any final words?
Oh, mate, everyone has believed before. The main thing for me is that I know the community as a whole have been really good. The calf community are just bloody brilliant, but they're just sort of looking at things from a different perspective, maybe. I know there's so many people there within my group that have gone through so many life hardships where it's and I'm not saying that people don't or other people haven't, but it's just that it seems to be a place where my own stories with the medical stuff and whatever, which has been quite a lot, and has people financially or whatever have been sort of been magnetized to calf to a degree that haven't got pockets full of cash already. So it's more of a different sort of project with the different people. But having said that, I would like the wider community to, just listen to what I was saying before about the potential of projects like what Fowler was just saying. Well, you can be multi-chained, and like I was saying about doing that is that you can bring people to Vulcan if Vulcan happens to be something that is good, and we will find out as announcements are made from Nick and so on and obviously we got to they'll be run through a fine-tooth comb by all of the so-called fudders, the people actually verifying stuff to make sure that as best as possible that things are good. But I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but at the end of the day, to a degree I have to, which is I just hope that people see and the different projects that are now splitting away to a degree from Vulcan, that we're still here, potentially going to bring back a lot more than what we were initially, because we can go to outside community and bring that focus to the blockchain as well, because of course like I have my investment in Vulcan and of course the cause of the calves, and I want to see it be successful, not just be another anchor around our neck. And I've been far too easily putting those things around my own neck without having someone else do it, and just hopefully then the wider community just sees that that projects are actually trying and doing stuff, and we to a degree we've proven ourselves through the good and bad. I know that we'd rather not have any bad times, but life's like that sometimes where you just get knocked around a bit, but it's a matter of how you deal with it that makes a difference, whether you stand up and pardon a pun, but be a man, just to take responsibility, deal with it, and move on. And that's why I'm doing my live streams all the time, talking to people, trying to not shill a project as such, but just bring awareness that projects are out there trying to do stuff for the greater good, not just for themselves, but for the good of, obviously their project, but the blockchains, whatever it is that they're doing, real projects trying to do real stuff. It's a bloody hard world especially in crypto, to do real world stuff. But that's what we're trying to do. And just keep your head up, everyone, and just keep an eye out on what announcements are made, and just see what happens with what Nick does, and what he's able to do to bring enough transparency to alleviate the fear of what's going to happen, and hopefully with some tokenomic adjustments if required, etc., that we move on to greener pastures, as I would say. But yeah.
Well, Terry, you got some first words and some last words.
Hi, Terry.
Everybody. Yeah, hello everybody, and I'm waiting to watch Chris's video. I got a hall pass at the last minute. My daughter says for Chris Cruz, Santa Claus. My wife said, "Okay, you can go on." So,
I love your family. They're so good to me. All right, I'm gonna play this video, and then I'm gonna come back, give you my final statements and everything, and then we'll call it a night. If you have any questions or anything comes up, you want any of this information that I've shown, you can reach out to me. But here's the video, and hopefully you get educated on it.
But the thing about this buyer is that they have been literally 100% the same exact way every time. They have not changed at all, Dow King. I mean, there's not been one time that they differed in their strategy. They buy up here, they buy down here, and then when it gets to here, they sell. And then they buy down here again, and they go up here, and then they sell. They work their way up there too. They don't buy it in one, like 500,000 and then another 500,000. Now we're all the way up here. They buy 100,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000, 100,000, 50,000. That's the way they do it. And then they sell the same way too. They don't sell it all. They'll sell 50,000. They sell 150,000, then 75,000, then 100,000, then 50,000. Now they're all out. They have all this money again, and then they start buying it up again.
Boom. Look at this. This is what they're doing right now. They just bought all of this up right here. This is all of them right here. All of this is them buying it up, and then they drop just like that. Back to where we started, by the way. They didn't do anything. This is where we started when they started this nonsense. It's just a little bit below, but they're doing it on purpose. If you fall for this crap, you're falling for nonsense that is going to make you lose money. You're losing money because some rich a-hole wants to be able to buy and sell in this protocol without paying taxes. Oh, Brian just banned them. He banned them. Get out of here, idiots. They're gone. I was going to go back and show you, and just as I was switching over, it came back down to it. Brian just banned the Schmidt group. See right there? Schmidt groups 2555 has been banned. He just banned them just now as I'm recording this video.
But wait, there's more.
Market making is injecting liquidity into the system, removing liquidity also, but then injecting it and keeping price at a point and increasing that and letting holders earn revenue from all that trading. Okay. Now, through that market making, there was a bunch of losses on the other side, which I personally took losses. Now, you might not want to believe that. Okay. But it's the truth that there was a lot of losses there from all that market making.
Lie to our fucking faces!
And this is a friendship that'll never, ever end.
All right. Well, now you've seen all the videos. We talked about them and all that. But one thing that I wanted to talk about is I put it down at the bottom here. It's a motto that me and a lot of my brothers and sisters have felt most of our lives. And it's basically, if they stand behind you, I typed it wrong, protect them. If they stand with you, respect them. If they stand against you, show them no mercy. And as a community, and as a lot of the people that may follow me or other YouTubers or influencers or, the team and stuff, we need to support you and protect you. And then if you're a YouTuber, influencer, or anything like that with me, I'll try to show you as much respect as I can if you're protecting the people that stand behind us. But there's only one individual, the king of the dickhead, that stands against us. And coming from me and hopefully all the other YouTubers and influencers and the community at large, we're not going to show you any mercy. So with that being said, if you guys want any of the information that we had tonight, or you want to have any other discussions about it, feel free to reach out to me. If you're confused about anything and maybe I can help you or point you in the right direction, let me know. But as it is tonight, I hope that you got a lot of information from these different projects. They're pivoting. They're not going anywhere. They're going to make the best of the situation, and hopefully all of us can, and we can move forward and have a bright, prosperous future together. Again, if you have any questions or anything, reach out to me. But other than that, I'm going to end it here, and I appreciate your guys' time. And maybe tune in later this week. I think Nick's AMA is Thursday. I think Terry's going to do his in the afternoon on Wednesday. And then we have a couple of different Mellifella Crypto on Tuesday, Kryptonian NR on Monday and Wednesday, and then Pride's on Friday. So if you have any questions, reach out to me. I hope you guys have a wonderful week, and we'll see you soon.